And we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by Christopher Bickel.
Hey guys.
The director, the writer, the everything of Noster and the Mission of Light. I don't want to say everything because there's a team of people involved, but it's very cool to have you here.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks.
Yeah. This has been years in the making having you on.
Oh yeah. I'm glad to finally be here.
Yeah.
I'm glad I had something worthy of coming onto your prestigious program.
What are you trying to say?
No, I've been following you guys for a long time, so I'm really stoked to be here.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So give people an idea if they haven't seen the trailer, they haven't seen the movie, they don't know yet. What is Paternoster?
Okay, it's a horror movie. It's about a hippie cult and some kids that work in a record store, and they come across the series of records that were put out by this cult in the 60s, and they follow the path to the compound. The cult still exists, and then they have a really bad time,
to say the least.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw the images, the poster, the music videos, I was like, this is something we have to see. You played the trailer on the show. We had the short on Severed Limbs, and I was really excited about it. So what was the inspiration for the movie?
Okay, so I basically make movies on no money at all. We're pretty poor here. So whenever I go to do a new project, I am looking for things that I have access to easily, as far as locations and props and sets and things like that. So I have some friends that are these gearheads, and they supplied all the cars for my last film, Bad Girls. And they contacted me and said that they had just bought this bus, and they wanted to paint it like an old hippie bus, like the Ken Kesey Further bus. And they said, if you need that for any of your movies, we have that. And I said, well, I don't need it yet, but I can write a movie entirely around that bus. Wow. And so that's what I did. And I've worked in record stores my entire life. And so I still work in a record store. That's my day job. So I knew that if I wrote a record store into it, then I had an easy location there. I just go to my work. So the whole thing sort of came out of that. And it was really influenced by a real cult called the Source Family that put out a bunch of records in the late 60s, early 70s. I guess more early 70s. And I'm just sort of obsessed with their music. So I knew that it was just going to be this cult that put out this psychedelic music, but also were a little bit heavier than the Source Family, more like kind of like the Manson family with a little bit of witchiness going on.
Wow, it's very cool.
A lot of stuff going on there. When I was taking notes, like right away, I was like, when they're in the record store, I just assumed like a lot of what the people coming in and talking about. Was that like based on like real experiences with customers at record stores?
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is real. We keep a book behind the counter for whenever a customer says something really stupid. You write it down, and so a lot of that stuff is taken straight from real life. And I feel like that there aren't a lot of movies that explore the record store experience, especially for people who've worked in one, because you have High Fidelity and Empire Records and Record City from the 70s, and I think that's about it. So I knew that I was kind of filling a niche there too. So it'd be a treat for people that are sort of immersed in that culture, and record collectors as well. There's not a lot of horror movies for record collectors. Good. So there's scenes that really only people who are like really immersed in that culture are going to get the humor. But for those that do get it, everybody seems to be having a good time with it.
I think it sets it up so well to have that. It really binds the group of people together. And I've mentioned a few times on shows how young people are going back to physical media. It's like there's a generation gap, and then there's, us and the youngest of the young. So it's really is very cool to see that represented and to see this, you know, for me as my age, like these cute children who are doing this, but then they're so innocent and naive and they think that they're so wise and then they get screwed.
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of explore the collector mentality, and I'm also, you know, such a movie geek, and you know, I collect Blu-rays, as I'm sure we all here do. It sucks a lot of money out of all of us, but I wanted to kind of explore getting lost in that mindset of just being obsessed with things and kind of forgetting about your actual real human relationships. And so that's sort of a through line in the movie is how the lead character just sort of clings on to the idea of owning this rare piece of ephemera, and then completely ignores like what's happening to all of her friends.
Yeah. Even the idea of not even just owning one of each, it's like she has to have as many copies, the idea like not even selling like another copy of them. And
right. And the circles that I think we all travel in, we see that, you know, like in these VHS collectors groups and stuff like that, you know, one guy's like, I have, you know, 100 copies of 3 on a meat hook. And it's like, well, do you really need to own that many? You know, but it's all about just sort of like I own it and you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, like I'm probably just as guilty of it as anybody, but I recognize the sickness.
yeah.
The dragon on the pile of VHS gold.
Case, you know. Yeah.
By the way, Terrible Troy has joined us here.
Oh, I have.
Hey, Troy.
Just stuck in through the back. How we doing?
Good.
So, there was something specific, like I don't know a lot about records, or like, or you know, everyone who buys them, that whole like group of people. But is there something about people who either mispronounce like names of bands, or people think it's pronounced a certain way? Because that was like that came up a few times and it made me laugh. Like,
yeah, I wanted that to represent the kind of gatekeeping that goes on in any sort of space where collectors congregate. I mean, it's the same thing with horror movie geeks. You know, it's always somebody who's trying to correct someone's misinformation, because it's if you know more than anybody else, then that gives you kind of points on the social ladder.
Yeah, so true.
Troy and I grew up playing D&D. Troy's my older brother, and it kind of
me too.
We like people would fight over how you pronounce like the Tarrasque, or like some weird monster from the monster manual. Like it's really pronounced Tarrasque or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's a similar idea. Plus, I think that like that kind of thing, because there's a lot of fantastical stuff that happens in the movie. It like puts people. It's kind of a realistic movie at the same time, you know, that these are real people. And then when things start to happen to them, you care more about them if you see them as real people.
Yeah, I mean, and I struggled with it a little bit because, you know, half the movie goes on before there's any real horror or gore. And I knew that for some people that was going to be an issue, but I felt it was really important that the characters got established so that you cared about them, you know, when all the bad stuff happens. So that's sort of a choice that was made, and but I think I made the right choice, because I really do love all the characters, and the job that the actors did in bringing those to life. I think they all did a really good job.
Are any of them based off of experiences in your own world?
Well, the drummer, the guy who's the death metal drummer is based on a real death metal drummer. Just because I think who actually is the drummer for the band that's in the movie. So the band that's in the movie is a real band called Demiser, who are on Metal Blade Records, and they're awesome. But I couldn't use their drummer because we had our actor playing the drummer.
Mm-hmm.
But his character is based on the real guy.
Wow.
Because he's just sort of just kind of like a knucklehead, just like a hilarious dude. And so I wanted the character to be that, just sort of like a lovable, like goofball.
That's awesome.
Christian Cordes, he has a lot of good questions here. Or this is a comment. So, what are you saying we should do without your head D&D night? Yes, we should.
Yes, hell yeah.
Yes.
I agree, but the Book of Stupid Customers is a movie on itself, dude.
Yeah. I would love to make a movie that was just about working in a record store, but on a a no budget type production, like you can't sell that. My first movie was a horror movie, and then my second movie was like a road trip movie. And I learned very quickly that it's so much easier to sell a horror movie than a road trip movie, because there's like a million blogs and like podcasts like this that want to talk about horror. But if you put the word out like, oh, I have this great road trip movie, there's not a million blogs for that.
No road trip convention to go to.
Right. But luckily horror is my favorite genre, so I'm happy to be back in that, and that's probably where I'm going to stay for a while, because I like making movies on no money. That's just fun for me. I like the challenge of it, but if I'm going to do that, the only way to really like turn it around and get your money back is to do horror.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You said you like all different genres, but so what movies like made you want to become a director? You want to make your own movies?
Star Wars was the first one. Like I saw that when I was a kid, because I'm of that age where I was actually alive when the first one came out, and I wanted to make movies like immediately after that. Actually, the biggest thing besides that was the making of Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Oh.
It was like this 30-minute short film that MTV showed. There was John Landis directing Thriller, and I just thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And I when I saw that, I was like, I want to make movies with people in makeup and blood.
Mm-hmm. That's a dream you bring up in third grade, and
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what did your family think of you wanting to become a filmmaker?
They're really supportive. I mean, I don't think my parents like my movies, but they've been really supportive. They're happy to see that I'm, doing something that's not just like being in a gutter with a needle in my arm. Like I'm doing real stuff.
So you scored
between the two options. I think you scored.
Yeah, it's the better of the two.
I guess they're not mutually exclusive, but
exactly.
they're good. But said you scored the movie. So did you? What does that entail? Because there's a lot of music in the movie. There's the music videos. Did you write all the music?
Okay, so when I first had the idea that it was going to be this movie about this hippie cult, I knew that I wanted it to have a soundtrack. I knew that the cult was going to have an album of their music. So before I did anything, I got together with a bunch of musician friends locally here in town, and I told them my idea, and I was like, can you help me write this album? And so I had maybe 10 or so people, and we all got together, and we booked a studio for 2 days, and everybody brought a song idea in, and then we just recorded all this music. I wrote the lyrics to, I think, 3 of the songs. Now, most of the songs aren't actually in the movie. It's sort of their own thing. Like there's a separate soundtrack, and we're releasing a double LP soundtrack. And then we made all these music videos for all the songs.
Which I highly recommend anyone to check out. Not just because I really think they're amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy with how the music came out. And so, but we used a couple of the songs from that in the movie, and then the rest of the music that's in the movie is the more incidental soundscape kind of scary music stuff. And I did all that. I have kind of a long history before I was even doing films of being a musician. I was in a bunch of punk bands, but I also did a lot of avant-garde experimental music for 20 years. So I was able to kind of go back through a lot of old recordings and draw from that stuff for the soundscapey, scary stuff that's in the movie.
Very cool.
What was the thought process to have? You basically have the one song at the end, which I think is really effective, and not have more of the actual songs in the movie.
Well, I originally wanted to put more of the songs in the movie, but it was just a time thing. Every time you add a song, you're adding 2 or 3 minutes to the runtime.
Oh, okay.
And once I knew that I was going over 90 minutes with the movie, I got real nervous. I think the movie ended up being 96 and a half minutes long. And I don't like to go over 90. So even that 6 minutes really makes me cringe that it's even in there. But ultimately there was nothing else I could really cut and have the story still make sense. So adding in extra songs would have just padded that out, and I think would have just made the movie boring.
Is that a personal preference? Like you don't like a movie that's over 90 minutes?
Rarely. I mean, sometimes there's a movie that could go long that I want more of it. Like probably, The Substance is probably the most recent, and I couldn't even like when somebody told me how long that movie was. After I watched it, I couldn't believe it because that was a 90-minute movie because it just went by so fast, and I could have watched more of it. Like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is a movie that, like, how long was that? Like 3 hours long. Like I could have sat for another 2 hours of that fucking movie. You know, it was incredible. But in general, I'm like a get in and get out kind of guy. I mean, my great love in film is like 70s and 80s exploitation and horror. And that's, you're talking like 70 to 90 minutes and you're done. And that's what I enjoy.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that because I do get tired when people talk about everything should be under a certain amount of time. To me, it really depends on the movie. And if it warrants it, it should this is a weird thing, but it should be as long as it needs to be.
Yeah, true. And if the story takes 2 hours to tell that story, and they're keeping my attention, then that's great. I mean, I also suffer from ADHD, so it has to be like really grabbing my attention for me to be able to sit there for 2.5 hours. But man, if it does, then that's the best compliment I can give, is that like I sat in my seat the whole time and I didn't squirm. I wasn't looking at my watch.
Christian, what went into planning your Indiegogo campaign, and in particular, its physical perks?
Okay, so this is the third Indiegogo campaign I've done. I've done one for each of my 3 movies, and I thought this one was pretty standard as far as the perks go. We did the producer credits, which is sort of like those are the big ones as far as bringing money in, and luckily I had enough people that like the first 2 movies that the more you do, and if you're successful at it, people are going to be willing to like kick in. But the stuff we sold the most of is the Blu-rays. We just did like a pre-order for the Blu-rays, and we had the soundtrack too, which is not something every movie has, a double LP soundtrack, and so we did really well with that. And we had like 5 different cover variants. So of course we had a perk that was you could get all 5 variants, and we had a bunch of people go in for that. So and the 5 cover variants correspond to the 5 records that are in the movie. So I think stuff like that is neat. Like that's fun stuff. I mean, it's fun for me, and I as being a fan of both music and movies, and I think it's fun for other people as well.
Yeah, it brings out the collector in everybody, I think.
Yeah, and since the movie is about collecting, I think it all sort of worked together in tandem and was just fun.
And fits cults where they all have these, this special thing that only they're going to know. This mystery to all of it. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, and then some of the other stuff we did as far as giveaways were just stuff like props that we made for the movie, and I think a lot of filmmakers that do crowdfunding do stuff like that. We made these, like, we had all these craft nights before the movie where we just made the stuff. So like all the cult members wear these unique talismans around their neck, and so we knew that, well, once the movie's done, we don't need to keep those, so we offered those, and so a bunch of people picked those up, and like artwork hanging on the walls and things like that.
That's great. Who designed those? You said like you guys sat around and just made the talismans?
Yeah, it was just me and my partner one night. Like we like to have craft nights.
Nice.
and so that was one of our craft nights we just made all the jewelry.
Sweet.
That's awesome. Yeah, they look great.
That's good to know. Yeah.
Thanks.
How about just the look of all the cult, like what they're gonna wear, their wardrobe, their robes, like. How long does that like to come, to prepare, to think of, and then go out and get all this stuff?
Well, I had somebody working. So our crew, for the most part, was 4 people, It was me and Crystal Colligan was our production manager. My partner Laura was basically like an assistant director, and my friend Nori was the costume person and also the sound person and also kind of an AD. So it was basically the four of us made the movie. And so Nori came up with a lot of the costume stuff and was able to find all the robes and things like that. So there's these two goons in the movie that are sort of like deformed guys, and they wear these kind of like general type outfits. And their costumes actually came from a dream that I had. I dreamt about these two like big goons in these airplane pilot outfits that were chasing after me. And so I knew that I wanted it to be like kind of an airplane outfit. But then because we're on such a low budget, I was at the Dollar Tree one night and they had these pink jackets for $1. And so I just bought as many as I could get, as many as they had.
Yeah.
Because also another thing, when you make a movie, you often have to buy multiples of your outfits because you're going to get blood all over them or get messed up in some way. So so we got all these pink jackets, and then Nori put like the epaulets and the medals and stuff on those, and they look ridiculous.
It's so bizarre. Bizarre.
And the fact that and we don't really explain it either.
Yeah.
That makes it even better, though.
Right.
So it makes you question, because these cult films, it's like there's always some reason. You always think, well, this has some meaning, and then what is going on?
Yeah. And I intentionally tried not to explain a lot of stuff. I didn't want to over-explain things. I think that gets boring, but also whatever the audience puts into it is probably going to be more interesting than what my explanation would be.
Yeah, when I first saw them, I actually thought they were an hallucination because they were so out of place. I thought, the character was hallucinating these two characters here. And then, as the movie goes on, I realized they're actually, part of the movie.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in it that I think is sort of dreamlike, and actually a lot of it was taken from dreams that I had. So I think that there's a fine line there, especially because the characters are drugged through most of the second half of the movie. So you don't really know exactly what's real and what's not.
Mm-hmm.
So, how did Tim Capello get involved?
So Tim is great. He's one of my favorite people on the planet. So I used to write for a website called Dangerous Minds several years ago, and I ended up interviewing Tim at one of the Mad Monster cons. And
nice.
Yeah, and I mean, this was several years ago. It was kind of when it was the first con that he had done. It was when he kind of just came out of retirement and decided he was going to like do the circuit.
Oh, wow.
And so I interviewed him, and I went to the interview assuming he was going to be like this arrogant, like musclehead, just like kind of a jerk. And like immediately, like I was put in my place because he was the kindest, sweetest, most down to earth, like smart, like just well-spoken guy. And I really just sort of just fell in love with him as a human being. And we have had a friendship ever since then. And he recently moved to my town of Columbia, South Carolina. And so I reached out to him and said, "Hey, I've got this movie I'm doing. Would you want to be in it?" And he didn't even think twice about it. He was like, "Yeah." And so, so I was really blessed to have him in it, and just blessed to work with him. And he plays on one of the songs on the soundtrack too.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So he's been on the show, and I didn't know what to expect going in, but same thing. He's super nice, very funny. He's cool with, poking fun of what he's known for, being the shirtless guy playing the saxophone. Just a really good dude. It's like a 2-hour interview. I went in thinking we would just talk about, be 20 minutes or something, but just a really fun guy. So and we have like some Easter eggs in the scene that he's in too, because he plays this sort of Art Bell type radio host that talks about UFOs and cults and stuff like that. And so there's like that famous UFO poster that says "I believe" or whatever.
Yes.
So we made one that says "I still believe."
Oh, that's the best.
And so if you look closely in that scene where he's in his little radio station
Yeah, I've even
that
noticed
we
that.
made, there's a poster on the wall behind him that has a UFO that says "I still believe."
I love it.
That's
Looking-
merchandise. That's something
Yeah.
to
Oh
sell
my
right
God.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did get him to sign the poster like afterwards, but that
Cool.
I'm going to keep that.
Yeah. Has he seen the finished movie?
I don't think he has. We wanted him to come to we had the world premiere this past weekend, and we wanted him to come, but he had a gig in New York. But he said that he's going to catch the next one, which will be, I think, not until next month in Columbia, but he's going to come to that.
Nice.
Yeah. No, that's sweet. So how did that go? How did the premiere go? What was the feeling like going into it?
I was really nervous because not that people wouldn't like the movie. I was nervous because I'd never made a DCP before, which if anybody doesn't know, it's called a digital cinema package. And it's the special file you have to make for movie theaters. You can't just give them like your MP4 or whatever. They have to have this special thing. And I'd never made one before. And I was certain that it was going to fuck up. Like, I just knew that like it wouldn't render right, or, and it would be in the middle of the movie and just all the sound would go out or something. So I was nervous about that. I'm a worrier, but it went off without a hitch. It was really great. And everybody laughed where they were supposed to laugh, and hardly anybody laughed where they weren't supposed to. So that was good.
Yeah.
How did you find this cast?
It's all local people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you're making movies. So I keep saying we made this with no money. We spent $20,000 on it, which to me is actually a great deal of money because I work in a record store. But as far as movies go, that's not anything.
Yeah.
So we have to use local talent, and I've just been really blessed to find some cool people around here, and I work with the same people all the time. I mean, that's John Waters is one of my heroes, and so if I have taken anything from John Waters, it's that you just find like cool people and you just like use them in every movie. So that's what I've done. The lead, the girl Adara Starr, was a newcomer, and actually we had cast a different actress for the lead who had to drop out like 2 weeks before we went into shooting, and I'd worked with Adara earlier on a short film, and I reached out to her thinking that she wouldn't be able to do it because she actually lived in another state. We live in South Carolina, and she lives in Georgia. She goes to college there. I was like, is there any way you would want to do this? And she said, yeah. So she drove up every weekend from another state to, we shot every weekend for 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah, and she was great. And I know the main.
That was that's her first. I didn't mean to cut you off. That's the first acting role that she's had, as far as I know.
I had it in my notes that she wasn't, because I knew some of the actors were from your other movies, most of them. Because I've actually seen your other movies, and though you said you have no reason to come on the show, but yeah, I noticed she wasn't in it. But so some of the characters, do you have them in mind? Like some of the actors, do you have them in mind when you're writing the characters?
Yeah. So Mike Amison, who plays Potter Noster, he's in all my movies, so I definitely wrote that for him. And I loved working with the three girls who were in Bad Girls so much that I knew they would come back. I wasn't sure about Sanithia because she moved to Germany, and so I was like, well, I've lost her. There's no way. And as soon as I announced that I was casting, she messaged me and she's like, "You're not going to ask me?" And I was like, "Well, I didn't figure you would be able to do it." She's like, "No, I'll fly in." And so she flew in from Germany to do the movie.
Well, I think that speaks highly of you that she's going to fly from Germany back to do the movie.
Yeah, I guess I'm not a complete asshole.
Complete.
Yeah. So, how about Joe Castro? How did he get involved to make a special prop in the movie?
Oh man, I love Joe so much. So I have an effects crew of local people, and they did everything except the Ehlers, which is the baby that's in the movie. And we ended up getting to the end of the shoot, and we just couldn't make it happen. And so so we wrapped up production. We had everything except the baby, and so I started editing, and I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. And I reached out to Joe, not thinking he would do it because we're on such a low budget. But I reached out to him and I said, hey, this is how much money we have, and I know it's not much. I'm not asking if you can do this, but do you know any like young kids that are maybe starting out in the business that would be willing to work at a reduced rate to do something to build their portfolio or what have you? And he said, when do you need it? And I told him, and he said, I'll do it. And I was shocked because like I felt like the amount of money that I threw out there was maybe going to be insulting to him, but he's just such a cool guy that he stepped up. And man, I couldn't believe what he came up with, because I wasn't expecting to be completely blown away, but I really was. Like that he's just a genius.
Yes.
Yeah,
And he loves
great
to work. I think he would be very sad if he had less work. I just saw he did 10 movies this year.
Yeah, I mean, he does not stop, and he is so good. And like, I hope I can work with him again, because he was also just like a joy to work with. He was just really nice and cool.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the most passionate people. Like, so he, monsters. He gets very excited, and if there's some that's a negative, like distribution, he'll also be equally passionate about that. But he's a very passionate guy.
Well, that's actually how I got to know him. I didn't get to know him through the makeup stuff. I got to know him through these distribution groups.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
right.
And we connected on that because we both are of the same mindset that all distributors suck and they're all out to rip you off, and you got to do it yourself. And I come out of punk rock, so I'm attuned to that, just the whole DIY thing. And he was so, I guess passionate is the word, like very forceful about his opinions on how awful distributors are. And I was really attracted to that. And so following him from those groups is when I started seeing his posts where he was showing his effects work. And I was like, holy crap, this guy is really talented. And that's when I reached out to him about the movie stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I always tell people, if they ask me, if you so we all know Joe here. If you only know Joe from that group, you might think he's like, wow, this guy's kind of out there, but he's equally passionate about stuff he loves, like making effects and monsters. Just all around good guy, though.
Yeah, I mean, it shows in his work. I mean, I'm just astounded by the stuff he does.
Oh yeah.
I think Joe's going to end up being one of our top guests. Any chance we have, we just bring him back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because he likes to come in and just rap about monsters and things, It's like you get him on here for a couple hours just talking about that.
Yeah. And Thanksgiving is coming up for anyone. Well, not with anyone, but if you know Joe, he goes all out for Thanksgiving.
So it sounds like you've had some real powerhouses show up for this movie, just unexpectedly there.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel really blessed because, it's not like I have a lot to offer anybody, but, I think the main thing when you do stuff like this on this level, like you just have to be nice. Just like don't be a dick, and people want to work with you.
That's good advice. It really
is good advice. Yeah.
It doesn't. It sounds like it should be just kind of like common sense, but don't be an asshole to people. Hey.
I actually say that advice on the show often because it does. It sounds like just like the most basic thing, but a lot of people are talented, but not everyone's a nice guy, or a nice person. So if you don't want them around, even if they're super talented, you might like I think maybe we'll find someone else. But if everyone's treated well, if everyone likes to be around you, then you're more likely to work on more stuff.
True.
I'm wondering about your cultists, and they're so different from each other. You'll find a lot of times cults where there's, kind of, not to be rude, the throwaway cultists, and then a little bit of the head cultists. But I think there was a really good group of higher up ones of different people. I say I love the woman who blows dusts. I just think she's so cool. But did you end up how much did you put into developing each of their personalities, and how much did they put into that?
It was mostly the actors. I mean, I have the stuff that's on the written page, you know, so I had an idea of what their personalities would be and try to make the personalities different. But they really they brought something to it, and I think even kind of the background characters that don't speak all even kind of have their own little quirks too.
Yeah, a lot of dudes out there need their glasses, even as cultists.
Yeah.
This just shows the realities. Cultists get older too.
Yeah. Except so they're supposed to be like in their 80s and 90s, but you know, they take this mana and that keeps them looking more like in their 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that is also it's really difficult to cast people that are in their 80s and 90s. It's a lot easier to find people who are 50.
Yeah.
We got to get that going for the 80-year-olds. Some kind of talent casting that's specifically for the elderly.
Yeah. Well, you know, I had a lot of problems at first because my original idea was there was going to be a lot more nudity in the movie than there ended up being. And when you put out a casting call, I mean, it's probably easier, you know, in California or New York, but I live in South Carolina. And when I put out a casting call for people like over 60 with requiring nudity, like it was crickets. Nobody will do it.
Shout
Bill
out to
Whedon
our
would
friend
be on
Bill
the case.
Whedon out there. Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Anyone, if you ever want a naked older gentleman, Bill Whedon is your man.
Even if you don't ask for one, he'll just show up.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we highly recommend. So back to distribution being, you know, everyone's out to screw you over. So I assume self-distribution on Paternoster?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the way to go. With the first movie I did, The Theta Girl, we kind of tried to do a distribution thing. Film Threat was going to start a new distribution arm, and we were going to be the first movie with Film Threat. Oh, wow. And we kept waiting and waiting for them to put it out, and like months and months went by, and so eventually I was like, is this going to happen? And they were like, yeah, I don't think we're going to do this. And so they just dropped the whole idea completely. But they were like, if you want to use our name, you can put the Film Threat name on the Blu-ray box. So we did, because people have heard of it, so they gave us permission.
It's the least
and
they
so
could do then.
Yeah, so after that, with the second movie, it was just all done myself. And here's the thing: like a distributor might be able to get more eyes on your movie. So like doing it myself, like say I can sell 1,000 copies of my movie. Well, maybe a distributor could sell 10,000 copies of the movie, but the money that comes back to me is going to be way more for my 1,000 copies that I sold myself than the 10,000 copies the distributor sold. In most cases, you won't see a dime, because the distributors have these things worked into their contracts where, we spent $50,000 on marketing, and so until your movie makes $50,000, you owe us money. And well, here's the thing: they don't spend any money on marketing. Like none of those distributors spend.
The distributors are coming in here like, silence this man.
That's it.
Speak of the devil, Joe Castro showed up in the chat. I don't know if you heard your ears burning, Joe, but we were just speaking. We were just praising you, singing.
We'll get Chris back on here, hopefully. Yeah.
You got me?
You're back.
Okay.
We thought maybe the distributors were trying to silence you or something.
Yeah, they got.
It could be it. Yeah. If I was working at a much higher level with like $1 million budget and my movie looked like a Hollywood movie, then maybe I could get Lionsgate to, a distributor of repute to distribute, and you could see some money back. But all of these bottom feeders that are dealing with filmmakers that are making like $50,000 movies or even like $100,000 movies, like you don't see a dime.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Yeah, I mean they're just all out to rip people off. Oh, there's Joe.
Yeah,
Christopher
jumped in.
I love you, Joe.
We all love you, Joe.
Yeah, like this. I love you guys and gals from Joe. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Your movies do look like a big studio film that made a 70s style slasher.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You do look good. So Theta Girl, that's how I first came into contact with you. I think you played at Boston Underground Film Festival.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool.
So
Yeah,
also drugs involved in both these movies. In the movie itself. I don't know about the making of the movie.
Yeah, no, just in the movie. I think that in every movie I do, there will be a drug scene because, well, they're fun to do, but also it's kind of a cheap way to put weird images on screen, and especially like when you don't have any money to put into the budget, like it just make everything look trippy, and you can get away with maybe your camera work isn't so hot.
So I saw Theta Girl at Boston Underground Film Festival. What are your thoughts on film festivals?
On film festivals?
Yeah.
In general?
Yeah.
God, I'm really torn on what I want to say here because I have friends that book film festivals that I love, and there's some film festivals that I like being in. And when I did my first film when I was starting out, film festivals were a great way to get my name out there and to get eyes on my work. Having said that, I think they're kind of a waste of time to a great extent. And I was just thinking about this. So it's kind of a bum deal for filmmakers because you have to pay all this money to enter for them to just watch your movie. And then there's maybe like a 5% chance they select your movie. Well, then they show your movie and they take the ticket money and the filmmakers get nothing. And so like, it's kind of a bum deal. Like it's sort of a pay to play kind of thing. Like in the music scene, like bands will tell you like how shit that is. And they'll refuse to play clubs that work on that model. But in the film world, that's the norm. That's the established model. And I don't know, like I'm really torn because there's some festivals that I love so much and I will pay to try to get into them because I want to go to that festival and be around the people. But it's just another one of those things that I feel like indie filmmakers just get the shit into the stick like all the time. And you know, I guess that's part of it.
Yeah, I would think being a new person going in, because a lot of times we'll hear about networking is great, but I would think that would be really hard if you were new, because new people, a lot of times they do not get paid attention to. New people can be shy. So trying to break in from that angle seems like it would be hard.
I mean, it is like me personally, I have a lot of social anxiety. So it's hard for me to go to a place and just like go up and strike up conversations with people or what have you. But by the same token, I feel like if I had not had done a bunch of festivals with my first film, it would have been as easy for me to do the second one. So, I mean, there's something to be said for it. I mean, it is getting eyeballs on your stuff. Like if you're willing to put all the time and money into what it takes to do a festival run, then the reward that you can get is just that you're on people's radar.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's worth it. But I think in a lot of cases, it's not. Like, Jesus, the festival fees have gone up so high in the past couple of years. Yeah. Like, because just in the time since my last movie, I started looking at some of the festivals that I thought would be cool to go to, like Slam Dance and things like that. I looked at what their fees were. I was like, well, I'm not going to pay $200 to have them look at my movie. You know, shit on that.
Yeah. Or maybe look at the movie.
Yeah, maybe look at it. Yeah. So, yeah. So with this film, the only festivals that I've entered are basically festivals run by my friends.
Yeah.
And I've asked them like, oh, hey, can I get a waiver? And sometimes they give you a waiver. Sometimes they'll give you a discount. And then some of them I have to pay full price for, but I know it's a cool festival and I'll see people that I love. So I'm willing to do that. But in general, I'm not really doing like a big festival run with this. I think it's a better use of my time and money to just get the movie out as soon as possible and get it into a space where people can pay for it and watch it before the pirates grab it. Because you really only have a window of like a month before the pirates get it, and then nobody's going to pay for your movie ever again. Wow. It's like that's what the past 2 movies I did, like that's what I saw. It's like we had a steady stream of income coming in until the day it went up on the torrents, and then the money was just gone. And I don't care about money. That's the thing. It's like I'm punk rock. Like I don't care about money at all, but I do want to make enough money to keep making movies.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Without that, you can't make another one,
Yeah. And we do crowdfunding, and that works out really well. It'd be cool if I could not have to do crowdfunding for one. I just had enough money to do it,
Yeah. So
you said, that's too much to add.
Yeah, to get the movie out there so people, can rent it or whatever. So what are the plans? Like, you want to get it streaming on a platform? Is there going to be a physical release?
Yeah, so people can actually get it right now. If they go to www.potternostermovie.com, you can buy a digital copy, which we deliver by email within 24 hours. We just send you a link to it with a password, and then you can pre-order the Blu-rays. It starts streaming on Night Flight, the Night Flight service, on the 18th of October, and they have a 1-month exclusive with it. And then after that 1 month, then we'll go to all the other platforms like Prime and whoever, Tubi or whoever else will take it.
Do you have any more screenings coming up, like either at festivals or just playing anywhere?
Yeah, we're screening in Milan on, I think it's like the 19th at the Cine Underground Festival there. And we're screening at the Plaza Theater in Atlanta on November 2nd. We're screening in Columbia, South Carolina on the 10th of November. And I think that might be all the theatrical stuff we've got lined up at the moment. But yeah, if anybody wants to see it, they can just go to the website and order it, and I'll send an email out with a screener.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna I'll have the link in the description. I'm also gonna put it up here for people to. I like that you have an easy to remember link, which is another thing you think would. Sometimes people have like this big giant link. It's like, well, I don't know how to pop that up, but here's something that people can they get easily. So,
I don't think we really touched on. Oh, go ahead.
Go on, yeah.
Joe.
Yeah, Joe was. He said your movie looks like every shot was intentional in the way it was presented. That is the way a studio movie is made. It does not look micro budget.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, I try my best. I think when you do stuff on such a low budget, like some of it's going to come across as campy, and so I don't want to do an intentionally campy movie. Like I want to do like the best serious horror movie that I can make, and hope that I learned enough on each one that the next one gets better, and maybe we can like get a little bit more money in the budget for the next one, and just keep building and getting better at what we do.
I was going to say that I don't think anyone has brought up the gore. We talked about the creature, but not the gore.
I think there's some pretty fun gore in this one.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want to.
There's a castration, which those are always fun.
Very well performed. Very well performed.
That should go on the box. There's a castration. They're always fun.
Yeah. Here's an interesting trivia. What we used for the castration was we went to the grocery store and bought a pigtail.
Oh.
Because I wanted, if the knife was cutting through it, I wanted it to look like real flesh. Yeah. And so we just ran a blood tube up through the middle of a pigtail. Wow. And then cut through it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Who came up with that geniusness?
I want to take credit for that, but probably me.
We'll go with
Oh,
that.
no, actually, no, I can't take credit. My original idea was to use a turkey neck, and they didn't have any turkey necks. So whoever went
But
to
they
the
had a
grocery
big
store,
tail. Yeah, it's weird.
whoever it was that went to the grocery store that day, brought the pigtail back instead of the turkey neck.
Okay.
Wow. So they knew what to do because it
Yeah,
worked.
yeah.
Did they ask the butcher, like, what makes a good severed penis? Like, you don't want to go with the turkey tail, buddy. You're gonna go with the.
I mean,
In my experience, yeah.
we could have made one, out of latex, but somehow I thought this looked more real.
Oh, yeah.
And this stuff's already laying around. You might as well use some cool parts.
Right.
Yeah. They didn't go
Better
cut
than
the
going
tail
into
off.
dog food. It's got its glory.
Yeah, it got to be in a movie.
Yes.
Yeah. So, how long does it take to edit? Or how long did it take to edit this movie?
I want to say 8 months, but I work a day job. So I work 40 hours a week in my day job. Basically, I get 2 days off a week that I can work on movie stuff. So I don't know what it would have been if I could have compacted it and not had to work a day job in the middle of all of it. But yeah, it was about 8 months.
What's that experience like editing something, your own work? Is that ever hard to edit? Like, you have you don't want to edit stuff out that you had like a fond memory of, making?
Yeah, that's everybody has to face that if they're the director and the editor. But I'm also really critical of my stuff. So it's easy for me to just say like, oh, this is shit, like take it out.
No.
I think the original edit of the movie was probably 20 minutes longer. And then I was like, this is crazy long and boring. So I was able to get it down to where it is. But the editing's also my favorite part. So like, I don't mind it, and I don't mind being judicious with cutting anything that's fat.
So
What about if you enjoy?
have that capacity to recognize this is something that maybe I enjoyed making, and it has to go. I just can't keep this because I enjoyed doing it.
Yeah, I think there's two different kinds of artists, and one kind is the kind that thinks everything they do is amazing, and then there's the other kind that thinks everything they do is shit. And I fall on the everything I do is shit side. So I'm constantly just trying to polish the turd to make it the best turd it could be. And so that's my approach to editing is just keep polishing the turd until it shines.
Well, I think this polished out very well.
Thank you.
Should that be a new award for film festivals? Shiniest turd.
Man, I would. I'd be in the running. I would gladly accept it.
Like the Bickel Award, they could call it out. So, what kind of stuff's going to be on the Blu-ray? Besides the movie?
The Blu-ray is going to be loaded out because I'm just a fan of like a lot of extra shit. So it's going to be a double disc. So it'll have the movie. It's mixed in 5.1. It'll have just the typical stuff like the subtitles, the trailer. We have a commentary track that's done with me and Paul Talbot, who like his whole gig is doing commentary tracks, but he's like the world's foremost authority on Charles Bronson. So he does commentaries on like every Charles Bronson movie, but he also plays one of the goons in the film. And so, but he has just such a wealth of knowledge of cinema. And so he asked a lot of really good questions and prompted a good discussion for the commentary. And then there's a 30-minute blooper reel that is pretty hilarious. A lot of stuff with the record store customers that we had to cut out for time is in that. And there's a short film prequel. There's an 18-minute long short film that's takes place in the 70s. It's like a found footage film from the 70s. That's about
it's great
beginnings of the cult. And then there's the 45 minutes of music videos. So all the songs that we wrote all have their own music videos. And there's a making of the movie documentary, a making of the album documentary, and how to paint a psychedelic boat. And I think that's it.
I love that. Very well
I'm
rounded.
going straight for that one.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
The
pretty
location
loaded, yeah.
for the cult itself, like you said, that was like a place you had access to. You knew you would have access to it.
Yeah. So a lot of that location is my backyard. Like most of this movie was shot at my house and in my backyard. But then part of the cult compound belongs to my friends Rob and Shauna, who own the cars. So they own that DeSoto that's in the movie, and they own the bus. So we shot some of the cult compound there, and then some of it was shot at this LARPing village that's near where we live. Yeah, where they do like Renaissance fairs and stuff.
I bet that's a really good resource, is because I bet a lot of the people are cool and laid back enough to let you do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's what they're doing. They're
so like a lot of local movies are shot there, but you know, usually the stuff they're doing is all like you know, sword and sorcery type stuff. I think we're the only horror movie maybe that's been shot there.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, maybe you can write a sword and sorcery film next.
Oh,
these people.
Yeah, I got to come up with something. Like I'm ready to do another one. Preferably with less people.
Is that you know, especially on a budget, to do a movie with, you know, such a big cast, because you got, you know, the group of friends, and you've got, you know, the cult, and you've got weird guys in pink suits. In
retrospect, it was way too many people. It's really hard to juggle all those schedules when you're you know, on such a low budget. You know, you can't pay people a lot. I mean, everybody's getting paid, but it's not much. And so you have to work around. It's like people can't quit their jobs to do this movie. So you're working around. And so when you're working around 3 people, you know, that's kind of doable. But when you're working around 40 people, like it's a miracle that this fucking thing got made. Like I still can't believe it, like that it exists. And the next one will definitely be a much smaller cast than this.
Oh, have you ever brought in friends who really want to be in a movie, but maybe end up being challenging to work with because they don't actually know what they're doing? Not only in front of the camera, but just, I've worked on set once with, there's many people, and for the most part, they just talked.
Yeah.
Instead of figuring things out, they were just having a chill session.
Yeah, I have had some issues with people on set that weren't focused on the job at hand, and it was like chat time. But like you just that's the one time where you have to be kind of a dick. And for me, when I say being a dick, it just means like hey guys, like come on, like we need to do this. And so like those are the times where I feel like I'm actually a director, where I have to like come on, like we're making a movie here. Sometimes people forget that you're making a movie.
Yeah.
But in general, like most of the people that I've worked with, like have been great to work with. You know, some actors are better than other actors, but you know, if you keep things fun and you know, I mean, thankfully we're shooting on digital and not film, and you know, people can take as many takes as it needs to get it.
It looked like it was shot on film, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like adding a grain over the top of it, you know.
It looks good. Sometimes you can notice it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you'll see that same exact repeating grain.
Yeah.
And once I notice it, it's there forever. I never
saw it. Like you walk a fine line with doing that stuff, because it's easy to overdo it. And then like some of these ones where they try to make the movie look old, but they have like all like the fake scratches and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that gets old so fast to me. So I made a point, like there's no scratches or anything. There's just like a tasteful amount of grain to it.
So
Joe Castro here on Facebook. He's on the group, so I can't pop them up. But a lot of people are actually. I want to be in a Christopher Bickel movie. I love the grain. It reminded me of an early Wes Craven or an early Tobe Hooper movie.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm going for that early 80s look, just because that's the stuff that I love. And so when I think about like what a movie's supposed to look like, that's what's in my mind of what a movie looks like. So it comes out of me like that. Was that Joe saying that he wants to be in the
Joe,
Despicable
yeah.
movie? Oh yeah, well yeah, you're in.
He's a good actor too. So Keith Mosher says he did a great job. Chris, Melody,
thanks, Keith.
Melody Barry, she's here watching. She's driving to Charlotte at the moment, but she's watching on her. So don't get in an accident. But
I wish she would have been in Charlotte a couple of days ago when we showed the movie there at the Independent Picture House. Plugged at the Independent Picture House. Anybody that lives in Charlotte, like that place is amazing.
I know you had some issues with the original, was it the original premiere, or it was one of the places you were going to show the movie?
Yeah, so there's an art house theater in Columbia, and they recently, in the past few months, have been pivoting. They say, which their pivoting means that they're booking all these like major studio releases. So like what's on their screens right now is Joker 2 and Beetlejuice. And they're supposed to be like the local indie art house theater. Right. And when I reached out to them for the premiere, they said, we'd love to have it. We're booked up for 6 months, but we can get you in there 6 months from now. And I was like, well, no. Like the movie will have already been seen on streaming by everybody by then. So I reached out to this theater in Charlotte, the Independent Picture House, and they were so hospitable and nice. And they were like, what can we move off of our calendar to fit you in?
Oh wow.
And because their whole priority is supporting local film.
Yeah.
And so, which as it should be for an art house. I can't say enough good stuff about them. They were amazing.
Yeah, that's all. And we always tell, because we have a couple that Annabelle and I go to up in Boston. But wherever you are, you should look around, because there's probably some kind of cool theater somewhere, whoever's listening in your area. You might have to travel a little bit, but there's probably some cool theater that shows like weird indie stuff or midnight movies or whatever. And
we both travel. We both drive an hour one way to get to where we go, because it matters to us. Like, we really enjoy that experience.
And I feel like most cities have like a cool art house like that. And if I had my wish come true, it would be to be able to take this movie or another movie on tour, and just like when I used to be in bands and go on tour, like I miss that. I would like to be able to just get in my car.
Oh, that would be wild,
and just drive like city to city, show the movie, do a Q&A afterwards, and then go to the next one.
We've had a few people on the show that's starting to be like, it's not a common thing, but there are some people trying to do that right now. So it does seem like it's a possibility anyway. But I know you also get the full-time job and everything. But
I think that's the thing. Like I'd have to book it probably 2 or 3 months in advance, and then take like 2 or 3 weeks off of work and go and do that. But I think it'd be worth it. So that's something I'm looking at, hopefully being able to do soon.
Yeah. I know that the guy made Frogman.
Fabio Frizzi, and you'll have band stuff playing in front of your movie.
Oh, interesting.
You can do like the live.
Ooh, I like that.
I mean, that would be cool. I don't know if that's something we could take on the road, but I think we could probably do it locally, because all the musicians live here in town. But that would be super awesome to do something like that. Yes, it would.
I want to know more about your music is punk, or punk is more of your spirit? I'm a punk in spirit.
Yeah, I was in a couple of punk bands, but back in the 90s and early 2000s, I was in a band called Inhumanity and a band called Guyana Punchline. And but then I've also all along done experimental music under the name Anacrid, and so I have probably like 20 albums out under that name. Yeah.
Damn.
Spelled like acrid, but with an N?
It's ANAKRID.
Oh, okay.
So it's all that stuff's on Discogs.
Cool. I'm gonna check it out after the show.
Yeah.
By the way, Joe said you made his day. You just made his day, saying that he can be in one of your movies.
Excellent. Yeah. I'd love to have him. I just have to write it.
Now he's gonna be on you. You gotta get to it.
Yeah.
How far, like, so you finish a movie? How like how long after you do a movie do you want to make another one? Is it like usually like now, like after it's coming out, people want to see like, oh, I think I would like to do my next one?
Yeah, I pretty much want to start writing something as soon as possible. I still have a lot to do, because I'm doing my own distribution and promotion.
Right.
When you don't have money to pay a publicist, like it's so hard, like getting the word out stuff. So I have a lot of work to do with that. After like maybe 2 or 3 months of doing this stuff, like I'll really want to sit down and knock something out as soon as I can, because I have all these great relationships with all the people I've worked with, and I don't want to let that stagnate.
Right.
Like I want to be able to jump back in with them and like, okay, time to get the band back together for the next.
I want to ask, as I'm learning more about my own ADHD and where my challenges have come from, how do you do it? Because it takes a lot. You've got to be able to go through the really intense, like I'm so into this, and then it doesn't always stick, even when you are really interested. So how do you manage your creativity and your day job and keep pushing through?
I haven't totally figured it out. It's hard. The hardest thing is getting started. Like if I know that like I have a task I need to do that's related to the movie, like it'll take me like 2 or 3 hours just to like get my shit together to like to begin it. But once I begin, then I hyper focus on it. Then I can like editing. I'll get up at 8 a.m. Like I'll get it. Well, it's like then start to sit down to do it. When I sit down, I go like 1 a.m. and like I was like, oh, it's 1 a.m. Like I'll edit all day. It's because like I'll just hyper focus. But state is so hard because I'm just distracted by everything.
For you, do you like having a million other things going on around you in the background to stay focused?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I always have like I'll have like music playing in two different sets of music playing in 2 different rooms, so that I can like walk from one to the other to change up the scenery and have stuff going on like that. And I just have like junk everywhere. Like I can never clean because I just have like stuff all over the place. But I mean, it's stuff that makes me happy. So
coming to terms with that is a pretty big thing. I think I like having conversations about this because I think there are so many people not properly diagnosed with ADHD, and people don't understand how hard it really is. So it's good to be able to have.
I've never like been properly diagnosed with it. I've never been medicated for it.
Yeah.
And I did go to the doctor one time asking about it, and they sent me to a therapist. And the therapist just wanted me to sign up for therapy sessions. I was like, well, like, can't I just get a pill? They're like, no, we want you to go to therapy. And I was like, oh, well, I can't afford this. So that was the end of that.
I will say the part about spending hours and then hyper focusing, all that sounds very familiar. So I've never been diagnosed with anything, but I can relate to that. The actual just getting starting is always the hardest part.
Yeah, that's the impossible part. Once you get into it, then just like nothing could like distract me from it once I'm keyed in on it.
You're breaking up a little bit on us, just unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're not just weirdos just staring at you every once in a while. But we are weirdos too.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Oh, that's why I like you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. We like you. So I know it's a basic question, but what are some of your favorite horror movies?
The Shining is number one. The Exorcist, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I think these are in order. that I'm like huge into slasher movies, like 80s slasher movies. Pieces is one of my favorite movies.
Which one was?
Pieces.
Oh,
Oh,
Pieces.
nice.
Yeah, I love Pieces too.
Yep.
In the first 13th, and I like Friday the 13th up until the fourth one, and then I wasn't a big fan of Zombie Jason.
I say the exact same thing all the time. I agree. Fifth one actually is kind of growing on me a little bit because it's not Zombie Jason, but everyone loves part 6, and I'm like, it's kind of dumb. He's just like, you got Horseshack like sticking the pipe in him, and he gets electrocuted, and now he's a zombie.
I couldn't suspend my disbelief.
Yeah.
The other ones are very realistic.
Yeah.
I would want to remember to use this line for movies I don't enjoy. I couldn't suspend my disbelief.
Oh, yeah.
Like a real PC way to say this movie sucks.
Yeah. I'll buy into Betsy Palmer chopping people up. I'm cool with that, you know.
But yeah, I'm not so much into like ghost movies for the most part, but I movies where I think it can, and usually those movies are movies about people hacking other people up. So I gravitate towards those.
Interesting, because your movies are really out of the box, more like, you know, weirder movies. So would you ever want to do like a more traditional slasher? I mean, you have your own spin on it, but would you want to do a slasher film?
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh.
I'd have to figure out a way so that it wasn't just like a Friday the 13th ripoff.
Yeah.
You know, like there'd have to be something kind of quirky about it. But yeah, I would love to do something like that.
Yeah. I feel like this is the perfect for Joe to come out, be in it, do some great gore effects. So
you can travel the East Coast, perhaps, stop in, doing films here and there. Yep.
Yeah, he could go on an FX tour.
Yeah, he could video that. It could be its own documentary.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yo.
So, do you have any idea? You don't have any idea what you want to do for the next one, but you're gonna stick in the horror world. Yeah,
I know it's gonna be horror, and it's gonna have less people in it, and I want it to be way gorier than even this one was. That's about all I got right now.
That's okay though. That's still something to look forward to.
Who did the artwork for the albums?
Like the poster art.
Well, there's two different ones. The poster art I was gonna ask next because I think it's awesome, and from what I understand, I think a fan of yours did that one. I think, but who did who designed the album covers?
Oh, I did the album covers, and they're all kind of based on this band called Yahweh 13, which was the band from the Source family, which was that real cult from California. Like all their kind of look kind of a crappy group photo with like sort of a handmade looking logo and whatnot. So I just sort of went with that aesthetic on those.
All right.
But yeah, the poster art was really cool because it was a guy from Argentina that had seen Bad Girls, I guess from a torrent, and he liked it so much he did some fan art for it and posted it and art and was so I just messaged him like hey, like what would you do poster art for my movie? And he because I
breaking up pretty bad over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're breaking up. You were like, now?
It was very computerized.
It was very robotic, really.
What did we miss? What was the last thing you heard me say?
It was a guy from Argentina.
Yeah. So
he's like the ciphering code.
Okay. So the Argentina guy, he saw my movie Bad Girls and did fan art for it, posted it to Instagram. I loved it and reached out to him and said, would you like to do my new film poster art? And twice cheap. I paid him twice what he quoted me because it was like and he did this amazing and it was just so yeah. I mean, it's just the internet's kind of amazing.
Yeah, it gets a bad rap, but there's a lot of good sides to it.
Yep.
But yeah, it's great. I love the. That's awesome how it come together. And not only does it look amazing, but I love the idea that it was like, someone who likes your work and wants to do a poster. That's like a win-win thing. Like, it's cool for him to get his art out there, and it's awesome that you got this cool poster.
Yeah.
So you're really getting broken up on us. So we should probably wrap this up, but we could always have you back sometime and talk more about Powder Noster. We could talk about your other films, or talk about whatever you want.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know, maybe after the movie's kind of gotten out there.
So people get to see it. That would be a good idea.
That'd be great.
So Powder Noster, The Mission of Light.
Spoiling anything.
Exactly. It's great. I hope people check it out. You can we have the link on the website. We have a link down here in the descriptions, paternostermovie.com. And get it. Yeah, of course you get streaming. I would get the Blu-ray and get all the cool extra stuff. I'm a big fan of
that sounds great.
Commentary track, so I was happy to hear that you have a commentary track.
Cool.
Really
well, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
Great listening to you. Great having you.
All right. We will talk to you soon. Thank you. I don't know if you can hear us or not. It's cutting up. Unfortunately, we're gonna play the trailer for Powder Noster for people who have not seen it yet.
Cool.
And then we will come back.
Any chance you can take, because the trailer is probably not going to be very long, can we have a real break? For drinks.
Yeah, I've got a few different things
Troy's
here
ready.
we can play.
Troy has a comment.
No.
Troy?
I was with you. I was
emphasis.
Refill time.
Real break.
Time.
I thought I actually had the trailer here. I'll go grab the trailer. I thought I had it all set up here.
Did you not boot him?
Chris is frozen in time.
Yeah.
He's there for eternity. Yeah. All right. He's escaped.
Well, while I grab this, I do have an announcement. We're gonna do this not every week, but throughout time here. Everyone knows, not everyone, but people should know Arbor Day is coming soon. It is the Without Your Head film. Now, 3 of us are making together with a lot of great people. And to get people introduced to the rest of the Arbor Day world, we're going to announce different cast members or crew members as time goes on. And so I actually have a video prepared here for a cast member that we're going to announce tonight.
Arbor Day.
Yes.
I haven't seen this. I'm excited.
I know. I gotta wait to see this before I get my drink.
Right.
Yes, and then we'll play Powder Noster. I like that. I was watching the movie to see how you pronounce it, and then I thought it was funny that they told me a few different ways. But all right, here we go. So here it is. I'm not going to tell anybody what it is yet. Here is the first announcement. I know who it is. All right, here we go.
Greetings, my fiends. This is Paul Ehlers, Madman Mars, and I'm very excited to tell you that I'm going to be part of a new film by my friends Neal and Annabelle, a new film called Arbor Day. In fact, I'm going to be lending my voice to the character of, well, let's let that be a surprise. I'm mostly here to ask for your help, so if you can, we really do appreciate it. And by the way, it's almost Halloween.
Badass.
Paul Ehlers.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see Paul in some new thing with us.
Yes. So it was very cool. He's very excited. We're all excited. All right, so here we go. I'm going to play Powder Noster, The Mission of Light. And then we have some more trailers we'll be showing, and then we'll come back with more Without Your Head. Let me grab it. All right, I think we have.
Well, now what?
Do you know what this is? Yeah. Peter Noster, enrichment for light. Major, want this item for me? I'd kill for a copy.
Word has it, the lucky ones destroyed their copies.
Curse.
Curse?
If you believe in that sort of thing.
I don't. This commune put it out in the early 70s. Rare as shit.
No one has had any contact with anyone from the Mission of Light since they disappeared in the mid-1970s.
One Noster is still alive.
Come out and see Father. Come out and see Father.
They worship at the altar of madness.
Look at these white people.
This isn't normal. Soon, you'll feel all of us inside of you.
Victimhood is the social currency of these kids today. If they want to play it, let them be it.
Fuck your entire generation!
Fear is incredibly powerful.
Shine on your children.
Insert a coin and seal your doom. Some tales are told, then soon forgotten. But legends last forever.
You have to understand that these are not stories, it's all real. These things people experience, the nightmares, the sleepwalking, the waking up at exactly 3:33 every morning. See, the hour itself is known as the devil's hour, and that number, 333, that's one half of the answer, that's symbolic. The answer is 666.
From the mind of Rusty Arbor comes a terrifying new vision. 3 tales to blacken your soul. Don't even think about leaving. Story time is not over yet. Coming soon.
Have you always had this much rage inside of you? Is that why you murdered them?
I am innocent. I didn't kill my parents.
They have to hunt him down like a dog and put him down.
You have to believe me, I didn't do this. It was them. It was the cicadas.
They don't exist, Jacob. They aren't real.
Cicadas do exist. And they're here.
What the fuck is that sound? What the fuck is that?
I need you guys. There's these bugs everywhere.
They're back. I'm gonna do everything I can to stop them. To make sure they don't get anybody else.
Don't do this. They're gonna kill you.
There's only one thing that I care about anymore, and that's destroying them. I'm gonna send them straight back to hell.
What the hell are those things?
Oh my god, there's my skin! We can't get out. We're surrounded by them. Have you looked outside? There's a swarm of them everywhere. It's hopeless. It's not gonna work. Jacob!
get out of the car and get your keys. I want to crack this door if Beyonce wanted to get in this bitch.
Yo, you can come back.
All
I'm just
right.
gonna be listening while I finish making the most awesome beverage I've ever made for the show.
What is that?
You'll see it. It's more of the presentation.
All right. Well, I do want to show this is the Final Exorcism by our friends at Trash Art Films. And we're gonna play this, Sam Mason Bell, and we may be actually screening this movie for a movie night here before Halloween. Let's check this out.
Things haven't been going well here. It's been 3 days. She's exhausted. Her body's exhausted. She's been attacking me. She's been attacking her own family.
I've known Anne for a number of years now, and she's been plagued by evil.
If this is some kind of serious underlying illness or physical condition, it's going to be us.
No.
That are going to be to blame.
Let me remind you that we are fighting for her soul.
It's testing my faith. I'm not feeling God's presence.
John, I'll pray for you. You can do this.
Come with us. Where is your God now?
Boom! That looks pretty sweet.
It does. You know what looks sweeter? I'm gonna get it to you in a moment. Oh my god. You guys keep going.
All right, so I just want to let everyone know we played the trailers for Artifacts of Fear, which stars Laurence Harvey, our friend Laurence Harvey, Rusty Apper, who directed that movie. A Final Exorcism we just showed by Sam Mason Bell, and Day of the Cicada, also by a friend of ours, Dave Bailey.
Dave Bailey, I know that name.
Yeah, we met him at the premiere of the Once and Future Smash and Zone 2. I do have one more trailer I can play now, or I can play it later.
I got it.
All right.
Play it later, before this melts.
All right. What is that? That's very pretty. Looks like you
Isn't
something
it?
bought it. Did you just run down to like a local like bar and buy this?
I'm just.
I think Troy, you're muted.
I was. That thing looks delightful.
No.
Normally, I wish I could mute Troy when I meet him. No.
No, I'm excited. It is. I bought apple cider, and I was gonna make a normal thing that I would usually make, but I thought, you know what? I opened the fridge. I got cider in here. Instead of doing a salt rim, I could do a sugar and cinnamon rim, and I'll put some ice. I don't have any rum, so vodka. And then I never buy whipped cream or caramel syrup. I bought them in different, maybe because I'm not eating a lot of candy and I don't know. So I
some candy.
Yeah. So rim, ice, vodka, cider, whipped cream, and a cinnamon sugar on that, and then a little drizzle. Yeah.
Not nearly as exciting as that, but I had my first hot drink here since I had my wisdom teeth removed.
Oh.
It's a pumpkin spice tea, which is good. Pumpkin spice, not just straight up tea. Pumpkin spice, well, I forget what you call it, but anyway, it's good.
People are so mean about pumpkin spice. I don't understand why they care so much.
Yeah.
It's like a giant.
That Warlock says
Oh.
That was the Warlock.
Tail makes an appearance. He's shy.
No, these cats I've actually met. His previous cat I never once ever met.
No, you saw him like run away once.
Yeah.
He didn't like anybody.
He existed.
Like us. Yeah.
Was he once a stray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a feral cat. We we adopted him, and he still didn't trust anybody.
Yeah. That's how Faye was, but
lovable.
She liked me, but she didn't like anyone else, Faye.
I always heard that tuxedos were lovable, and These two guys are.
I've never had a tuxedo cat.
Our first.
I've never heard of that term before.
Yeah,
Just
when
all
they've got the
black
white.
and Yeah.
The little white. Yeah. So
we played some trailers there from our friends. We've got one a little bit later. We'll be playing Paul Ehlers and Arbor Day. We're going to be doing a photo shoot for Arbor Day next week with some of the key cast members. So stuff's coming together. We'll be pre-launching soon, and then early 2025, people can actually start donating. But we're going to start announcing people throughout October here.
Pretty exciting.
And probably into November.
There's a lot. And it keeps growing. I'm really excited. I'm still fighting my ass off for one of the cast to be brought in, whose name I shall not name. I'm out there. See, here's the reasons. Here's all the reasons. All the reasons. So we'll see what happens. And I think they're very sound reasons. But if it doesn't happen, no one will ever know who it was.
Someday
I'll still harass you about it and say this person was going to be perfect and amazing and really good for the
They don't even want to do it. They'll be like, fuck this.
If they did want to do it, it would make news for Without Your Head.
Screamfest closing night, which our buddy, our pal, our amigo, and our newest reviewer, Aaron Baracus, may be attending.
Aaron's good man.
Yes. So closing night at Screamfest, honoring legendary cinematographer Dean Cundy with the Lifetime Achievement Award presented by John Carpenter.
Oh, wow.
Plus a screening of a double feature of The Thing and Halloween. So that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's sick. Wow.
It's funny. Dean Cundy is, and this is weird because I don't know, all the horror fans will probably know, but, hardcore movie fans will know. But it's not like a household name, Dean Cundy. But he was actually one of the only guests I actually got a little nervous to because we had him on the show. And so I was watching stuff, and I watched all these like documentaries in preparation, like special things. And so I saw him like on Jurassic Park, stuck in this, and I was like, "What the hell? Why is this guy even coming on the show?" And so I got a little nervous, but he's a super cool guy. That was years ago. That was like 2007.
Oh yeah.
He didn't know the reputation of Without Your Head at the time.
Right. But yeah, congratulations to Dean Cundy.
Yeah.
And
great.
He was the cinematographer in almost all those early John Carpenter movies.
Wow. Well, maybe he should return.
Yes, yeah. yeah. But yeah,
what's
maybe
Mr.
we'll get back on
Carpenter
the
got in the works? He seems to be out and about in social ways. That
I think he's doing a podcast. I think he said that he wants to return to. I think he was doing a podcast. Maybe he doesn't anymore. But which is interesting because I used to try to get him on the show all the time in our early days, and he would always say he wouldn't. Well, first it was even before podcast, he didn't want to do internet stuff, and then he would just say, he only did real radio interviews.
Harumph.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's kind of an outdated thinking. I don't run into it too much anymore, but in the early days, I did.
You know what he didn't want to do? Anything. He didn't want to be on your show. He didn't want to be on that. He didn't want to be on anybody's show. He was polite.
But wasn't just him. I used to hear that a lot in the early days. They went terrestrial radio. But now things are like reversed because I'm not saying everyone wants to. Well, a lot of people want to be on the show, but the idea of doing a podcast is for most people is a bigger deal than doing like a show out of like Poughkeepsie, like some station, because I could if it's a local event promoting that makes sense, but the huge podcasts that are listened to by millions, are worldwide, so you're gonna have a bigger audience in this.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny.
There's room for the indies, Neal.
What?
Make some room for those indie.
Yeah, us
station.
I was just wondering because I hadn't I hadn't heard Dean Cundy. I didn't know if he still did anything, if he still was doing the camera. And yeah, he did a bunch of episodes of The Mandalorian. So I was like,
Really?
wow, that's
I didn't
pretty
know
wild.
that.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
So, Terrifier 3 opens tomorrow, technically, but it's actually playing tonight. So, there's people puking in the aisles right now, people passing out. Now, I actually am a big fan of the Terrifier films, and
I thought you were going to say I'm a big fan of puking at the movie, but
and I think
have to stop him every time.
I've defended these to people who hate them, even people who didn't see them, and I've told people at festivals, I've told people in private chats, I've said,
what are you telling them exactly?
That
Just
even
that
if you don't
them?
like the movie,
yes,
I think that they're important movies for independent filmmakers, because the second one cost a few $100,000 and was released theatrically and made like 15 million, and that resulted in more independent movies getting released. So if you hate them, whatever, that's fine. But I don't think I do think you have to have some respect, not just respect, but you have to like appreciate them, especially other independent horror filmmakers.
Yeah,
or even
don't
just
bury
independent
them.
filmmakers.
It's just dumb.
Yeah. So if you don't personally like it, that's fine. I like them. And so I'm looking, but all that said, I'm really tired of the, 8 people puked and these people like, come on, like, and I know it's really not the filmmaker. It's not the filmmakers really putting it out there. It's like all these different websites and stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to see.
You
I
can
don't know.
imagine back to the olden days, like William Castle and people like that.
Oh,
hyping
yeah.
stuff up. That's part of good sales. It's hyping.
Yeah.
stuff up.
Yeah.
So
You
if
give
they're
out the
hyping it up,
bar
good for
tag
them.
on your way in. And
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. You set up performers. I think I mentioned that to you, Neal. The idea of you set someone up, you just find some. You don't have to know them personally. You could find some fan and say, "Hey, fan, you want to get $500? Go
just throw up.
Go like get a bunch of shit in your stomach and barf.
He's gonna puke.
You go. Yeah.
Get up and walk out. So I don't know.
Barf for hire.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna go see it. We're gonna go see it Sunday, most likely. That and the Substance, which I've also heard.
Long time.
I was happy to see the Substance is still playing. I wanted to see it.
I want to see that real bad. That's the real sales pitch. I've heard. I want to see it. I think I will like it. The little that I know, the quality of the reviews I've seen.
Yeah, I have heard good things about it.
Yeah, I've heard very few, hardly anything like really negative. Unlike Joker 2, everyone hates, which kind of makes me want to see it. So, but I want to see it anyway. But
you feel enjoy to see Joker.
I am confused that by the people, like I said, I like to go see it, and they start warning me it's a musical, but I'm like, I thought it was common knowledge it was a musical. I'm not saying it's a good, bad, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but the idea that it's a musical, like as soon as they announce they're making it, they announce it's a musical.
Yeah, but not everybody pays attention to that,
I mean, I don't know. I thought it was pretty wide news everywhere. I don't have an issue with musicals, so that's fine by me. So I don't know. I will see. It's already been spoiled to death for me all over social media.
That's spoiled for me, but you can
know the ending.
I don't fucking care.
I love Joker. The first one I thought was great. So
I liked it a lot.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem with Lady Gaga. So I know some people just hate her, and they're just going to hate anything she does.
Yeah, she's actually a good actor, I think.
I think so too.
I love the Batman. Going in, I didn't think I'd really like it. I loved it. And a lot of the Riddler was a great take on the Riddler. But I didn't really think too much of the Penguin character. And so when they announced the TV show, I was just like, and so I gave in.
Colin Farrell?
Yeah, and I thought it was just like this real typical gangster, and I was like, whatever. And then so I watched the show. Everyone was loving it, and I actually watched the first episode when I was using the stationary bike. And I I gotta say, it's freaking great. So, they're only 2 episodes in, but oh my god, I love it.
I just saw today an article about, this is the Colin Farrell one you're talking about?
Yeah.
That there's an uproar, probably from people who aren't heavy.
Yeah, they
That's
said that when he
wrong. You can't be wearing a fat suit if you're acting. You're not supposed to pretend to be something you're not.
This is
as
so
an actor.
ridiculous. Yeah.
You're supposed to only get people who are acting the least to be able to take those roles. It's like when you're Halloween, like that's the whole point. When people become actors, it's not like I'm going to take my exact traits and put them so I'm myself. Like that's boring as fuck. Who wants to do that? That's not what that is
do
for.
that every day.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't even really like Colin Farrell usually, but I think he's great in this. Yeah.
He was good in the Irish movie.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was good. But yeah, it's just like I
remember they
get that
they
there
did
are
the
not
same thing.
Yes.
When the one that I thought was the craziest was it was a Rock movie and he played like an amputee, like a veteran who and people were mad that like they didn't get a real amputee, and I'm like, I mean, it's a Rock movie, so it's built around this big movie star.
Mm-hmm.
So unless there's already a movie star who's got one leg or something, like they're not going to give a role like that to someone to this giant movie.
Neal, they should find a person with that situation, then put them in a bodysuit and play The Rock playing the character.
Well, I would, but again, I would be fine. Yeah, I would be fine if someone did that too. You know what I'm saying? Like
as like a
no, I mean, I would be fine. If someone just plays in a movie, the guy from Game of Thrones, I've seen him in a couple things where it wasn't part of the story that he's a little person.
Oh,
like okay, that's
Dinklage.
totally fine. Yeah, he's a good actor.
He's amazing.
Yeah,
the
but
show
he's a
wouldn't have
little
been
guilty.
what it
He's a
is
little
without
guilty of this because he got like people. He got people, little people, out of being in the new Snow White because he was like, it shouldn't be. He said prototypical like dwarf, but I'm like, do people really think like little people are actual like mythical dwarves?
I'd live it up. I'd be out there fucking with people constantly. I'd be putting on a pointy hat. Fuck it. Get out there and screw with people's minds.
Doing the hi-ho and the whole
Oh
thing.
my God.
Yep.
I think it's, I feel like.
Yeah, but he played a giant in a movie. So
that's true. That's
Did he?
true. Yeah, one of the Marvel movies.
That's awesome. But I think that it's different for different people. Some people are going to take their physical attributes and run with it and not care about, like, not be hurt by it. They're just going to run with it because they're just fine. And some people are not going to want to do that and they feel that's not appropriate. There's going to just be different people doing different things. I feel like if everybody is given equal opportunity, that's the key. It's not we have to take someone and assign them. Is there an opportunity for this person versus Colin Farrell as actual talent, not as Colin Farrell is famous? That, I think, is the argument. And even then, part of why he gets it is because he's known and he'll make the movie money.
Right.
It's really, there's just so many different things. It's not just this cut and dry to like, oh, this plus this equals you're a bad person. Yeah.
So, yeah, I would check it out. I think they introduced I don't know everyone's real name because I'm not not attacking comics. I just don't know people's I don't read comics. And that's not because I'm cool. I just haven't read them. But I think on episode 2 we were introduced to Scarecrow. It was just there.
I love Scarecrow. Is it good?
Yeah, he was only in, but it's an actor I like from Sons of Anarchy, so I'm interested.
Okay.
Is it Cillian Murphy? I never remember how to say his name.
I think it's Cillian. I'm not sure, but
actually, it's Cillian.
Oh, really?
It is.
I'm gonna be the cool kid. I'm gonna be the cool
Gaelic
kid.
is crazy.
I'm a big fan of him.
Cillian.
Yeah, you know what I think about it? Like
I always called him Cillian until I heard him on a show.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, it's pronounced Killian. Like, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
think about I think that guy's because Peaky Blinders, I think, is one of my my favorite shows ever on TV. Sunshine, I will always say, is one of the most underrated science fiction movies of all time. I love it.
Movie. Yep.
But he's
8 Days
amazing.
Later,
Yeah,
as Scarecrow. He was incredible Scarecrow.
Yeah.
I wished when I remember going to theater to see that, and I was hoping he would be a bigger role. Not knowing.
But then it was kind of neat because you see him later. When,
he's in all three.
Yeah, when the shit's going down, and he's like the judge out there, which was really neat.
Yeah, and then Bane is in Peaky Blinders.
Oh yeah,
really?
Which is my dog's favorite part. Whenever Murphy, what is his name? Wow, Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
Whenever Tom Hardy shows up, Maru gets up at attention and doing his old man sit next to me.
He's great. He's a really great recurring.
Tom Hardy.
He's a great recurring character in Peaky Blinders.
He is. He's the best. He's just awesome.
They're making the movie.
Penguin.
Yeah, Penguin. I recommend it. I thought it was awesome. I mean, only 2 episodes in, but so far I really like it.
Yeah,
I also like gangster stuff, so it appeals to me.
Yeah, and then when you have like gangsters set in Gotham, that's got to be pretty neat too.
Yeah.
Well, it popped in my mind as Cillian Murphy came up, and I saw the 28 months later film is coming out around. I don't know.
28 years is coming out.
28 years. 28 years later.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if I posted something about it in the group. I don't know. It was out there in the group that this is happening. And Alok, our friend Alok, said, I don't wonder what happened with 28 months. That's not his voice at all, but that's my questioning voice, I guess. He doesn't sound like that in any way. And I was being a hater and said probably because 28 weeks sucked so bad and no one wanted to see it and no one wanted to pay for it. And he was, I won't say he was appalled, but he was actually, it made a lot of money and I quite like it. And he still doesn't sound like that either. There's going to be no accurate portrayal of his voice.
Okay.
I'm just going to go forward from here. So I saw that and he was talking about how he really liked it. And then, why can't I feel terrible? Why can't I remember his name? Our Austrian friend. The Austrian guy. Solvent.
Johannes.
Yes, thank you. He jumped in there and he's like, actually, I liked it too. And I just felt like the biggest asshole. So I thought, you know what? I only saw it when it came out in the theater.
I think I've only ever seen that one once too. I don't think I've ever
saw it. Yeah, I saw it and I remember the opening scene was great. And I remember the rest being crap and seeing the dad. Anybody who's seeing this, the movie is over 20 years old, I think. Or around that. So spoiler alert. I don't know. So
if it's been 28 years for the first one, it's probably been 25 for the sequel.
So I don't know if you remember, but it's madness, locked down. There's children. They get into the London and they're being protected because the military's all set up. End up finding mom. Mom has been bit or whatever, but isn't infected. And the scientists have her in quarantine. They're going to find out she's very important. And one person says, we'll study her when she's dead. And the other one's very adamant, the woman, because the sensitive woman says, no, we have to study her alive because her 2 children are alive. And now her husband is here. It's all so warm. So then instead of having this potential monster, deeply in quarantine, lockdown, you have to be top brass to get in. And if you're not top brass, they're bringing you in the door. Instead of that, there's just, the door is basically just open. The husband's wandering around, knows his wife is there and is afraid of what his wife's going to say because he ditched the wife way back when. He took a run while she was in a window help me.
Oh, no.
That's no.
I don't remember this movie at all. I got to be honest.
Oh, God. So, well, if you don't remember, in the very beginning, there were people boarded into like kind of like a farmhouse. It's just darkness and quiet because they don't want to attract attention. And then something happens and this kid ends up showing up. And it's like, help me, help me, help me. So there's between the people there, they're like, don't let him in. Yes, let him in. Don't let. So they let the kid in. And as we can all imagine, without taking a big time to say it, look out the little thing in the window and boom. I know they're not zombies. It's just easier to say the infected, like, bah, and then they're infected start breaking in. And it's all, oh my God, it's scary. It's a really well done part. It really is scary. I enjoyed that. So all the people are scrambling around, trying to get away, save each other, pull each other. People die. And it gets down to this woman and the father, and I don't know if you see the kid get away or not. It might be not a different kid, but anyway, you see the father is now getting pulled away from the mother, and the mother's like being caught up, and she's like, John, and whatever his name is. And he sees her at the door crack and he just shuts the door and runs downstairs. And then he looks back and sees her in a window and she's screaming for him. So anyways, they go back to the city and there they are, all the shit I just said. So departed dad, John, or whatever his name is, sees his wife who he abandoned to die, like ripped apart. Not even just like you're going to die being shot in the head or something easier. So he approaches her and she's, like tied down. But it turns out that she's infected and she could pass it through her saliva. And you're hearing this is at the same time that they're having their rekindling, and she forgives him and he's so happy. And so he goes to give her a hug and they kiss. And they're already talking about the science people like, oh, it could be passed through anything. Effectively it's an STD of zombieism. Infectedism. And so immediately dad turns.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, dad like starts freaking out, and the wife's now like buckled down. She's barely conscious. And so he's like ripping on himself. He's smashing his face on the windows. His blood is everywhere. And then I thought maybe he'd see her. I didn't remember this part. I thought maybe he'd see her. And like, because she's got that gene that protects her, that he would just think she's one of them. But that is not what happened. He was tearing her apart, smashed her in the face, took his thumbs and gouged into her eyes, like deeply into her eyes. It was very intense.
Wow.
Yes. So I just have a big beef with the first movie being so excellent.
Yeah.
I think they thought of everything. I think anything that happened, like the guy looking up in the sky and the crow drops blood.
That's one of the best scenes in that movie. That's so good.
It's so sad. It's so sad. And then seeing him handle it is so sad. Such a great movie. And to follow up that movie with this one, I think this one, I wouldn't hate it. I'd just be and let it pass. Now I hate it because it took the
Maybe
first
it's good
one.
I never revisited it.
Oh my God, it's terrible because it just confirmed it. So dad goes nuts and then everything's fucking fucked up, as you can imagine. Like the zombie things, infected people are like going through the halls, they're infecting everybody else, and they get out and get out and get out, and somehow the kids get away, and somehow the scientist with the heart of gold gets away. And they just all these like different characters you see in horror in like action movies all the time. There's like the lovely woman and the two innocent kids, and this nice strong man shows up, and his friend is a doubter, and it's just like this very stereotypical group of people.
Yeah. Which is what's so great. One of the things that's so great about 28 Days is like even the best people that you swear are going to make it through there you don't know who the hell's making it through.
Yeah. And it's a
movie though I've probably watched 20 times since it came out. I love that movie.
It's so good because it's not even just here like it. I feel like there's depth to it. Like you watch it and it's also like a social commentary piece. I don't think you have to watch it for that, but it has that. And oh my God, it's just so cinematically beautiful.
Like when they get to like the you know, the military, and Eccleston's
Yeah.
character is like really this prick, and you don't really see it coming at the beginning. And it's
Oh my god! And is that? Oh my god! And then when the I think it's the girl is like they're both drugged, and the girl starts to take off the hull. And it's like this Alice in Wonderland surreal quality
yeah.
to it, and just even the treatment of that, just so beautiful. So if it wasn't for that movie, this movie would be blah. The really big
Yep.
thing that I remembered from this movie from the past was that you see infected dad multiple times in the city, full of them. The kids continues to see dad show up and like, ah, and look at him all scary.
I
And
do
it's like,
kind of remember that now.
It's so
I
fucking
do.
stupid. Multiple times. I thought it was once, and I thought it was cheesy. Multiple times. He just so happens.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So yeah. So that was my rant. The movie sucks. Sucks. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you shouldn't have to tag onto yourself. I don't think the
Yeah.
movie sucks for the world.
I when you say, I agree about the also when you said about it, I always think like if you give your opinion on something, it kind of goes without saying it's your opinion.
I guess maybe because some people say it as if it's truth. So
Right,
maybe
right,
that's what the establish
Yeah,
is as like, I think it sucks, but I know there are
I
people
don't
who
mind
enjoy
people saying it.
and it's
I
fine.
kind of get annoyed when people like will attack it saying, well, that's your opinion. It's like, well, obviously it's my opinion.
Of course it is.
I haven't scientifically proven that the movie was.
But some people will talk that way. I mean, I do think it's pretty stupid that the father shows up over and over. But if it works for someone, enjoy that movie.
Oh yeah. And I think that was the first one that like
I only
really,
watched it once too, and I really didn't like it. So.
like
What's that, Troy?
Cillian Murphy, like just in the first one, he just showed me like, here's a young guy to keep an eye on because you know, in the beginning and into most of the movie, he's just kind of like going along for the ride, and then he gets pretty scary at the end too. You know, and
Yeah,
it's great.
amazing.
It's just a great like, you know, self-preservation, trying to like, you know, I got to do what I got to do at this point. You know,
Yeah, you don't even know where he's going. At some point, I feel like you don't even know if he's a villain. You don't know where he's at.
Right.
Oh my god, that movie's so good. I need to rewatch that one.
Yeah, and I want to go
Cleanse my
watch it
palate.
now. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I wanted to
20
mention
years
20
later.
Yeah, I'm looking
Is there
forward
any
to it.
information about it out there?
Just that
Yeah,
he's back.
anything?
He's back
That's
in it.
cool.
Cillian Murphy's back
And is
in
it
it.
still, who is it? Is
It's
it
the same director. I
Boyle?
believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't do the second one, I don't think.
Danny Boyle? Is that his name?
I believe so, yeah. Not
Danny
Peter
Boyle
Boyle.
makes
Yeah,
Not
Peter
Peter
Boyle
Boyle.
was.
R.I.P. Peter.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of Peter Boyle.
Yeah,
Oh,
who
me
is it?
too.
Dude, you
I
need
think
to see
Danny
that movie,
Boyle's
Joe.
I watched that actually recently because not only you had mentioned it, and then I started to watch a lot of Quentin Tarantino podcast videos, and that was a movie he brought up a lot. So I was like, I need to watch Joe. And I did, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's a
It's
great
like Taxi
ending.
Driver Jr.
Yeah, it was funny. Because I watched a
Actor-
Quentin Tarantino
Jason.
where he talked about seeing both movies,
Mhm.
Joe and Taxi Driver, and the different reaction from the audience and stuff. It was interesting. And he had
reactions were different
from the
to
audience.
each of the movies was
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Really, which one was more acceptable?
Well, he said that Joe is a movie about a racist, and Taxi Driver is also a movie about a racist, but it's not a racist movie. And it was you'd have to listen to. He really goes into it, and then he also says if the original Paul Schrader script was made, how people would look at that maybe differently, because in the original Paul Schrader script, sports a black guy is a black pimp. Would the movie be completely different if at the end Travis goes and kills a bunch of black people?
Yes.
Right, and they changed it for that specific reason.
Wow.
Because they didn't
That's
want
how Paul
riot.
wrote it?
That's how Paul wrote it. Yeah.
That fucking guy. I have something else to share with you about Paul lately. But continue while I find it.
And so and then so who's the guy who played Sport? He's a great actor, one of my favorites.
The guy that Mr.
You don't
Wolf.
You don't look so hip.
Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel.
Keitel, yep.
Harvey Keitel said he would play the role. Well, first he didn't want to do it because he said it's not believable that there's a white pimp. And so he said, well, I'll play it if you find me a white pimp that I could talk to. And they couldn't. So but he ended up doing it anyway.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, Taxi Driver is one of my favorite movies. Maybe my favorite movies. But I do want to mention AF. Go on, sorry.
Go ahead. Nope.
AFI Festival, AFI Fest 2024 is coming out October 23rd to the 27th. All kinds of independent films, not all horror movies, mostly not horror movies, but there were a few. And one in particular I want to mention, The Shrouds, which is David Cronenberg's newest movie, is going to be playing at the AFI Fest October 23rd to the 27th, not sure which day, in Hollywood. So go and check that out. We're trying to work on getting him on the show. I don't know if that's going to happen, but
that'd be so amazing.
Yeah, The Shroud.
He's like his assistant.
David we had his son on the show. And David Cronenberg's
nice.
Oh yeah, you weren't around for this. Oh, it's really good. He's actually a really cool guy. And David Cronenberg's latest businessman Karsh conceives of a technology that permits video access to monitor the decomposition of loved ones from inside the grave.
That sounds pretty gruesome.
Decomposition of loved ones from inside the grave. That sounds weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be doing that, but okay.
No.
I'm so curious.
So hopefully that works out.
I'll send you a picture. I don't want to go too far from Paul Schrader because this is really funny.
Paul Schrader, if you follow him on social media, he's a very opinionated man.
I'll let you know more about him. It's the latest and the greatest. So I don't know if you need to put up a picture of him, but I sent you the picture of him.
Okay, Paul Schrader.
It's all over there.
I hate to say I'm a fan if we're about to. I've seen many
you can
things.
just find it funny. It won't make you not a fan.
Okay, all right. It's not like something
outrageous. No, it's just outrageous. All right, let me know.
He's not a big fan of horror.
This article is from October 4th of this year. Oh my god.
Hold on, it's not letting me save it. You can start reading. I'll get it up here in a second.
All right. So, one lucky cinephile will soon have the chance to work with Paul Schrader on his next film. The Oscar-nominated writer and director is casting a wide net for his new assistant, sharing a rather frank posting Thursday on Facebook for what he describes as a shit and ice cream job while preparing to enter pre-production on a film in New York City. Quote, "I am in need of an assistant. This is an entry-level job. In less polite terms, it's a shit and ice cream job. There will be days when you will be willing to pay me. Then there will be menial tasks. I hope to be in pre-production in December, shooting late January, and that point work would be on set and on demand 24/7. The job would commence on acceptance. It may involve travel. Applicants should have college education and knowledge of film history. Applicants should live in the greater New York City area. Computer skills essential. If you can lug film cans, you're strong enough." That's his pitch to the world. So, Neal, you signing up?
Hell yeah! I want to be Paul Schrader's assistant.
He looks so happy there too. So
yeah, if he's just a grumpy dude on.
What do you guys think of that?
I'm gonna pass. It's a hard pass for me.
It's pretty bold.
Shit and ice cream sounds pretty attractive. But,
oh my god, this is too funny. Too funny. What a guy. Yeah, it was getting all over. Facebook wasn't impressed at all. Not a bit.
I like that he says whatever he wants. I'll give him that.
Oh yeah.
He does say whatever he wants. What did he get in trouble for not very long ago? A few months ago, he got in big trouble.
I think it was someone died. He kind of trashed them, but
Oh really?
yeah.
That doesn't sound like enough for Paul.
Hopefully it wasn't like Dikembe Mutombo or something.
But when I
That bummed me out.
he seemed to like me when we had him on the show. He did the interview and he was cool with me. And then at the end of the interview, I'd asked for a story. I think it was Malcolm McDowell.
Hmm.
And then he just started freaking out on the guy about smoking crack, like while looking at people. Like, I don't know. I found it entertaining, but I was like, I don't know if you need to tell everybody this. But all right, it's cool.
Here you are perpetuating.
Yeah.
Big fan of the crack.
But you have a fan
Apparently, Paul got the job filled.
Oh wow!
Really?
Wait a minute, hang on. This is so funny. All right, I wish I could be the screen sharer. I'm going to share this to our group chat if anybody cares to browse this outrageousness. So he posted this October 3rd at 5:30, and one day ago, Paul writes, "Job filled." People are pretty happy for him. Man, a lot of people are like, wow, so film, gamer, streaming. Wow, Paul, I'm honored.
Oh.
Then another guy says, Paul, who's the lucky lady? This is so great. Wait, this is a job offer, but people have to pay you for it?
They have to pay to be Paul Schrader. That's pretty
Paul
good.
replies, they
You
pay
should.
is commiserate with living in New York City. And Meredith replies, commensurate, but I do commiserate.
Ow.
Paul, yeah, NYC has a financial footprint. Randolph, I am the perfect person to commiserate with. I almost became a Laconian psychoanalyst. What? I know what that is, and no one does it. Weird. This is just a mess. It sounds like he means wage theft in Marxian sense. Oh my goodness. What a strange thing. But good for him.
Yeah. I see he liked Megalopolis. So.
Really? Well,
One of
that's
the
very
few people
supportive
who
of him.
did that.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I'd like to see that myself.
Yeah, I would like to see that. That's not out and about.
No, I think it stopped playing already. It was a giant disaster, but
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I
would
would
have
like
seen
to
it.
see it
But that seems like a movie that they may replay at some point, like at Coolidge or something.
That would be nice. I feel so sad that I missed out on the opportunity to see Cats at the Coolidge. It would have been either the last thing I would have seen before COVID or the first thing I saw after COVID. And I didn't go like a fool.
It's a mess. It's just not. It's
I
not.
want to see it.
I walked out
in the theater.
Anyway?
Yeah, I saw it at the theater. I walked out. I was like,
With
I can't take
Coolidge
this.
people knowing this wasn't like the new show.
Yeah, I know. I went.
We think this is
It
ridiculous.
wasn't the butthole cut though.
No, that was the one. You
No,
got
I
to
think
see.
that's the one. I might have been the butthole cut.
No, it's not actually out. But I
Really?
demand it gets. They released the friggin' Snyder cut of everything. Let's get the butthole cut.
Yeah.
Butthole cut.
Fuck, who the hell wants to see an 8-hour
butthole.
cut of his shit movies? I want to see the
Instead of saying
butthole. cut.
butthole with your fist, you go butthole.
Oh,
butt.
there you go.
Oh, butt. Troy, there is a symbol which I don't know if we can share the secret Arbor Day symbol here, but I think it looks a little rude.
I think it's good.
I think it looks a little rude.
Nah, it's good.
Can
I
you
stand
say
by it.
Can you?
Just while we were thinking about the
You can't tell me that doesn't look fucking rude. Come on, man. You know it.
that might be the roots, though. That's
Yeah, exactly. It's the roots and what's going on at the top.
But just
Oh,
on while we were talking about theaters and things, and it being October, and the fact that we were talking about Danny Boyle earlier,
Mm-hmm.
be on the lookout because this time of the year, select theaters will show Danny
Oh, that's
Boyle's
right.
Frankenstein play.
Yeah, which is
And
amazing.
it is fucking
The best.
amazing. It is my
Cool.
absolute favorite.
I
Oh my
love it.
god! Wow.
And they
The
show
best.
like 2 versions, and in one Cumberbatch is the monster, and one Cumberbatch is Dr. Frankenstein.
Yes, both of them are great.
And it's just, I can't wait. I
Oh,
want to see it
I
again
did see-
and again.
Yeah, I
and
did see
again.
that.
I love it.
But it wasn't in theater.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just on.
Oh, they
Because
showed it.
Nash-
Yeah, they showed it that one year on YouTube because I think it was during
no
the lockdown.
way. Oh, okay. That's
But
kind of cool.
it was only up for a little while, for like a week or so.
Oh, I saw that at Mi Madre's house.
But National Theater Live, they'll be bringing that around again. So if you get a
Cool.
chance to watch either one, do it.
Nightmare Before Christmas is playing.
Ow.
A lot of stuff playing this weekend, but we're gonna go see The Substance. And
Are there
Terrifier.
holiday?
Oh, they are
horror
still showing
things?
Megalopolis.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
How long of a movie is it? Is it like a
5 hours.
It's
It's
just
actually
goes
not
on
as
forever?
it's actually not as long as The Substance.
Oh.
It's 2 hours and 18 minutes.
How long is the Substance?
2 hours and 20 minutes.
7 hours.
How long is Terrifier 3? Holy
6
fuck!
hours.
It's
Yeah,
2
it's like
hours.
3 hours,
2
right?
hours and 8 minutes.
Wow.
Movies
6
have
hours
taken
of movies.
Wow.
Damn.
Well, that means we can leave some of them.
Yeah, maybe we'll see if we can figure out, but we'll definitely see the 2 anyway.
Yeah. Those aren't even Halloween movies. Is there anything else happening?
The Substance is a horror movie, and Terrifier
but
3
it's
is a horror movie.
What's going on at the Brattle and stuff?
I want to
Really?
see these movies while they're still playing.
Well, I'm just curious if there's anything else
gonna look
going
'em
on
up.
in town.
Oh yeah, which
Brattle
Castle
Theater.
movie was playing at
Oh, the
at
Coolidge, that's right.
Yeah.
Coolidge After Midnight. Neil Jones original.
Coolidge After Midnight, movies till the dawn, 12-hour marathon, marathon. Over here. I'm not gonna learn to play. I'm just gonna fucking.
Oh my God, The Raven. The Raven is tomorrow. That movie's
Oh no way.
so bad.
Oh, but you get Peter Lorre in there when he's old and drunk and ready to die. It's fucking
It's so bad. That's
Well,
the one they're
showing
like.
Carla.
He's like a crow because
Yeah.
yeah,
Peter
and
Lorre's
then
the crow. Like, because
oh my
he
God,
pisses off Karloff, and you don't piss
Yes, he
off
does.
Karloff,
Nope.
And I think
And
you
then
even
there's
get
a-
a young Jack in that movie.
Yes,
Kind of
yes,
steals
he's
the
a
whole film.
goof.
Yep.
He's not good. I
He's
don't know
Vincent
how his
Price's
career
son in
continued.
that, right?
He was not good. He's just such a dweeb. This is- Poor Jack.
Tales of Terrors next week.
Oh.
But the thing in The Raven that I love is that at the big battle of mages at the end, they have like laser effects coming out of their fingertips. Oh my God.
A lot of like fog machines and all kinds of shit.
God, it is so terrible. Oh, we do have I think we mentioned this last time on the show about how there's a traveling Texas Chainsaw 50th anniversary group, including our friend John Duggan, our new friend
Ed Gwynn.
yeah, I keep thinking of other Ed. There's also other Ed.
Oh. Neal?
Other Ed. Yes. There's two, Ed, a Neal. There's so many.
My brother makes good head cheese.
Exactly. He will not be there.
Oh,
wait, he
won't
will be there. Wait, he does say that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
All right, I switched over to Chainsaw 2 for a moment. I was thinking of Bill Moseley.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I think it's mostly kind of, channeling him
Yes,
in that.
definitely. Mosley said he saw a Texas Chainsaw for the first time in Boston.
Oh, no
Like
kidding.
right around the corner. Yeah, there was like
that's right. He was in college or something, wasn't he?
Yeah, there was like an Orwell theater.
Yep.
And that's where it played, and he was just like, "What the fuck is this?"
Great interview. That was
yeah.
He does a lot. There's lots of interviews of Bill out there, but not like a lot of super long ones. And he did a really long show here on Without Your Head. It was great. Check that out.
Great. I'm very proud of our long interviews.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. We would have had Chris on long, but we'll have him back.
Yeah. Tales of Terror. Oh my god, that's one of my favorite ones.
That one is so great.
Where they're both drinking themselves.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
Peter Lorre.
I think that was the one Sarah Karloff said drove the director crazy because they were all just messing around the whole time.
Oh, that's awesome.
I can only imagine.
When you got like Karloff, Peter Lorre, and Vincent Price all hanging out, like how cool would that be?
Actually, Sarah will be returning to the show. Now, her idea, she wants to come back on in December for
the Grinch.
For Grinchmas, she's calling. I say, all right.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Grinchmas. Oh, I'm totally geeked. I am so
like, hell yeah.
That's so awesome. Wonderful.
It was her idea, Grinchmas.
That actually gave me skipped my heartbeat. It's a real thing, and I just felt it. That's amazing. Yep. Oh my god.
So cool.
Maybe there'll
Troy,
be more.
You have to be here for that.
Oh yeah, damn right I will.
There'll be something else to announce. We don't know, but anyway, it'll be sweet. It'll be amazing. Sarah Karloff rules.
She is.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Our friend Barbie Wilde is on the cover of Delirium magazine out in England.
No cool. Oh, that's too cool.
What brought this about?
I'm not sure. I guess they just do an article about Hellbound 2. Barbie Wilde. Oh, it's just they've got a big interview with her in the magazine.
Cool.
Sex, Sin, and Cenobites. Hellbound Hellraiser 2. Barbie Wilde on acting, writing, and tearing your soul apart. So that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's great.
Oh yeah. And our buddy, new buddy Brian Spears, we had on the other week. Here's some corpses he made for his yard.
Oh, wow.
For Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty freaking
I'm
awesome.
loving them.
Mm-hmm. I think most of that is just taken from like the Walmart skeletons. You can even get the really shitty, cheap looking ones, not the so accurate ones, and you just put gunk on them, and so it doesn't matter how accurate they are. Yeah, it's pretty great.
So I haven't watched.
We saw it like certain I don't know if they were dollar stores or it might have been at that Building 19. Like they had some awesome looking ones that you could just repaint. They would be so cool looking.
Nice, very nice.
So I haven't watched this trailer yet. It's not very long, but Hulu's new movie for Halloween, Carved. It's about a killer pumpkin.
Ooh.
And they sent us the trailer and want us to interview some folks for it. So maybe that'll be happening.
Hell yeah.
Here is Carved. It's only a minute long. We're going to watch it together. I've not watched it. I was going to wait till I watch it.
I'm geek.
What's wrong with your pumpkin? It's farm fresh. Do you mind if I carve it?
Ready? Go!
Oh, I'm tripping balls, man! It's stalking us.
It's going after the carvers.
It's just a pumpkin.
This way, dum-dum!
There's kind of a killer pumpkin on the loose.
Or...
Oh my god! It's right there!
This is how we celebrate pumpkins. We love pumpkins.
Wow, I just noticed Chris
I'm totally
Elliott
cool with that.
Oh, sweet. That's crazy. It looks really, really fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep, I can't wait to see it. Hulu always has some cool original like Halloween stuff on
Yeah,
there.
I'm glad. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Elliott. I haven't seen him in anything for a while. I'm a big fan of Chris Elliott.
Yeah, I thought he like dropped off the planet entirely.
Yeah, I'm a huge
It all started after he had his own show. Just,
That's usually the way, and then it goes.
yeah, poor guy.
Then you guys made me think of
You want to buy a monkey?
you and the damned fancy lads.
Yeah, that's one of my. I freaking love that movie. It's good.
What
Chris
movie?
Elliott. It's the cat. So what's it called? Jesus Christ! It's about he's on the ship. Not Anchor Boy.
Oh, yeah, Anchor Boy.
Is it called Anchor Boy?
Maybe.
I can't remember what it is.
Cabin Boy.
Cabin Boy. Cabin Boy. I used to watch it all the time when I was a young lad. I freaking love Cabin Boy. Andy Richter.
But you don't like Adam Sandler.
Nah.
Is he in that?
No, but it's like
no, because it's funny. One of my favorite wrestlers is going to be in the new Adam Sandler movie, though.
Really
good for him, but freaking Adam Sandler.
Oh,
there was one movie that he came out with people liked about him being in space with the space spider.
Yeah, no, I've not seen it. I mean, I liked the Gemstone, whatever the hell it is, Uncut Gems. That was good, and I like Punch Drunk Love. I like probably his non-comedic movies. I honestly just don't find him funny.
I like the ones where he's making a funny voice.
I guess I like when he sang the Lunch Lady song or something. I guess
that's a great song.
Yeah.
Lunch Lady Land. It's great. Well, anyways, I can tell you all aren't real New Englanders now.
Yeah.
Can you play
back when Peter Lorre was hanging out with Humphrey Bogart, and they would go out on these crazy drinking fests that would last for days. And Bogart had one of the great quotes, which was the problem with the rest of the world is that they're 2 drinks behind me and Peter. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. And it's like, how badass would that be? Like hanging out with Peter Lorre. And if I get the time machine, I'm going back to like 1940. I'm going to hang out with Bogart and Peter Lorre and just drink myself to death. That's my plan.
You'll never be back.
And exactly.
He gets on that time machine. Say your farewells.
Try the Sazerac. It's very good. Be the best.
What do you got over there, Neil Jones? You're gathering up the scraps of horror world.
I sent you guys a link. It's 15 new horror films that are out this week.
When did that happen?
A while ago. I sent it to you before we went live.
Oh, like when we're all getting ready?
Oh, maybe I didn't send you the link. I just told you. Let me go grab this link.
Yeah.
I thought I sent it. I think maybe Facebook's like, you can't send this. They deleted I posted about next week's guest, Wynorski, and then they're like, they deleted it and they give you the dumbest reason ever. Let me find this reason. So all it was is saying legendary Jim Wynorski will be joining us next week on Without Your Head to talk about the long-awaited Cobra Gator. We removed your post. It looks like you tried to get likes, follows, shares. What the hell? What's the point of social media?
Yeah. You wanted somebody to like this shit, man. What the hell?
Repeatedly breaking our rules could cause more account restrictions.
Wow.
Wow.
So
And everybody talks about, you see something that's actually truly spam, real spam account. There's no like wiggle room. It is. That's what it is. And nothing. It's just, we found nothing that goes against our policy. Or something blatantly violent sounding racist.
Yep.
No, we don't see anything that goes against our policies. Go fuck yourself, Facebook. Someday there's going to be a Facebook alternative. It will happen when that time comes.
And Gilda Golden, who wants to show you nude pictures of herself if you go to this link. Perfectly on the up and up.
Yeah. I love your
Yeah, it's a bunch
profile.
of
You
bullshit.
should. I got your friend request, but I must have lost it. Send me another one. What?
Would you like to see me have photos in my underwear? Nope.
Do they ask that? They don't ask that straight up on the Facebook page. They
No,
act so
usually when you
innocent
get
on
the
Facebook
little
page.
question, the little.
Yeah, like, oh,
Where
I
are
really
you
like
from?
you. Yeah.
Want to see my boobs? No, I'm good. I'm into like 90-year-old women. You know. I love to have like a back and forth with robots and things.
Oh my God, I've seen some. Jim McDonough's put out some good ones. Oh, we see
Here's the
people
link.
back in the
actually-
show. There's chat people happening. What's going on with Chris? Chris or Christopher? I always feel bad saying someone's full name and they don't want it, or vice versa.
Yeah, Chris, do you prefer Chris or Christopher or off? Topher, Topher. No, Chris,
Topher.
do you prefer
I knew a
Chris or
Topher.
Christopher? Yeah. That happens to me all the time. It's absolutely ridiculous. We agree.
The all caps
No-
is fine. It's important.
Yeah.
That's all caps worthy.
Pretty sure you
Yeah.
couldn't make Taxi Driver now. I don't know. People always say that, and I kind of agree with Quentin Tarantino. He's like, well, because when he was on Joe Rogan, and that's all Joe Rogan kept asking him, like, they wouldn't let you make this today, and he's like, who wouldn't let me make this? It's like, if I want to make it, I'll make it.
Well, he
He's
is
like,
in a
they didn't want-
unique position.
Well, he even said, I mean, he said people didn't want him to make any of his movies that he made. And he's
Yeah.
still made.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Uh,
Christopher is open. He's easygoing. You can be who
okay.
you want to be.
All right.
He can be who you want to be.
I'm calling him Mr.
Yeah.
Outrage. They call me Mr. Outrage. All right, so here's the link if you want to start with the first movie.
I want to put on my Halloween sweater. This has the Rosemary's Baby, but I'm just looking next door at my Halloween sweater.
I'm cold. That's why I put on this flannel.
Maybe you need a Halloween sweater.
I have a lot of the cool sweater. Oh, maybe I'll wear that. I have a Texas Chainsaw Massacre sweater. Maybe I'll
Is that
wear
what
that.
we're planning our wardrobe for Sunday?
Maybe. Well, no, I meant to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh. Yeah, Mr. Outrage. Quite.
So look at this.
What?
First,
This has got to be cracking,
heard-
right?
yeah. Matt Skinner loves it.
Matt Skinner likes all kinds of dumb shit. That is insane. That is like when someone as a child becomes a paper mache master and they continue into adulthood as a great paper mache felting master. No, it's pretty cool, honestly. The more I look at it, the more infatuated I am with this creature design. I
I'm
think it
into it.
might really be felted, and that would be very impressive. That's
right.
nuts. All right.
Just
Next.
when you thought it was safe, I think we don't need to. We don't need to read all these. I think we get the idea of that's Krakoon.
Yeah. It's being pretty gentle, to be honest. The hand is very soft and steady looking.
This is The Curse of the Necklace from Warner Brothers. The supernatural film, an antique necklace becomes a conduit for a tormented soul.
Oh.
Could be interesting.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. This is House of Spoils, a high-pressure chef in House of Spoils, a new genre-bending thriller that is on Prime. Here's one that Annabelle was a big fan of, the new Salem's Lot.
Oh my God, man. Have you seen it?
No.
Dude, I wish you had. We could talk about it.
My mom was, she said it was okay.
Yeah, she's very kind.
She didn't seem to be into it, honestly.
No.
It was weird that people that like it say they love it because it's super fast paced, but I'm like, I don't really think the story's supposed to be super fast paced.
Yeah. Yeah.
I should have watched it before tonight.
Yeah, you should have, Neal.
This is Sarah Paulson's horror movie, Hold Your Breath.
I held my breath when my window shade just went up for no reason at all.
It's also on Hulu. It's part of Huluween.
Ooh.
They should have picked some cooler pictures. Some of these aren't that interesting. Let's see. What's next here? Next up is Spin the Bottle. A party game turns into a terrifying nightmare in the supernatural horror movie Spin the Bottle, featuring Justin Long as a local authority savvy to the paranormal. I'm not a big fan. People really love him, but I don't know. I don't like the guy.
I thought he was considered to be a douche.
Yeah, people like him because they think he's a good douche in these movies.
Oh, like a well-acted douche?
Yeah, he plays the role.
Oh, well, I guess. Yeah.
Fresh off the film's premiere at Sundance earlier in the year, Netflix opened up the checkbook and shelled out a whopping $17 million to acquire worldwide rights to It's What's Inside.
Oh.
Oscar nominee Coleman Domingo is an exec producer on It's What's Inside, the thriller that drew raves at Sundance and South by Southwest for its blindsiding twist, breakneck turns, and incredible cast performances. Doesn't tell you really anything it's about. A group of friends gather for a pre-wedding party that descends into an existential nightmare. I can't talk very good. I think it's
existential.
Yeah, I think it's my first time really talking since having the mouth surgery. When a strange friend arrives with a mysterious game that awakens long hidden secrets, desires, and grudges. Oh, that doesn't sound too strange to me. I like this picture.
That's cool. Yuck.
The Platform 2.
Weird.
A mysterious big figure has managed to establish a new law in the platform. But can justice truly be enforced in hell? And who will enforce it? I need to see the Platform 1 because that sounds kind of cool.
Yeah. It is a great picture.
Yeah. Let's see. This one looks pretty cool too.
What?
I shared two pictures from this because there's two different pictures. There's that, and then there's this.
Oh my god!
This looks fucking awesome.
Oh my god! What is this?
The VHS franchise returns to Shudder with the brand new Shudder original VHS Beyond. I've actually liked the recent VHS movies, and seems like people don't like them, but I've liked them.
This looks awesome.
Yeah. One of them has Kate Siegel in it from Married with Children.
Kate Siegel?
Yeah.
I think Siegel.
Stork.
She's great. Yeah. I was just looking up her the other day for some reason.
Stork is directed by I'll just say these are the films. Stork, or the shorts. Fur Babies, Live and Let Dive, Dream Girl, Stowaway. That one's directed by Katie Siegel. Is that her?
Cool. Good for her.
Yeah, and it's written by Mike Flanagan.
Nice.
Sweet. Oh, we'll have to check that one out.
Mike Flanagan, man. Maybe I should try to find out if he can come on someday. Too scared.
He's a scared man. Or are you scared to ask him?
It's an awkward scenario.
I see. Look at this. This is from our
Garbage Pail Kids.
From former guest here, Steve Kostansky.
Oh my goodness.
Horror comedy Frankie Frico.
Oh my goodness.
90s style movie.
Very 90s
Frankie Frico, after calling a late night party hotline that promotes out of this world fun, uptight yuppie Connor Sweeney must battle the pint-sized forces of evil unleashed through his phone line. Let the maniacal rock and roll goblin, or led by the maniacal rock and roll goblin, Frankie Frico.
Wow.
That looks great.
Jesus. That little soul pad. Whoa.
This is scary.
That is scary.
I just lost my page, so give me a second.
You're just too scared.
That's probably true. Spider-1 is back. Oh, interesting. In his director's chair with Little Bites, produced by mother and son duo Cher and Sonny Bono.
Interesting.
Wow.
What an interesting group.
Heather Langenkamp, Barbara Crampton, Bonnie Aarons, who's the nun, and Chrissy Fox.
Wow.
Star in Little Bites.
Interesting.
Horror
Continuing
film.
to distance himself from his brother, I see.
The horror film follows Mindy, a young widow and mother who desperately tries to protect her daughter Alice from the grips of a fiendish flesh-eating monster named Agayar.
Cool.
All right. Mindy has been secretly sacrificing her own life by allowing the creature to slowly feast on her body. Damn, that sounds friggin' sweet. All right, I'm sold on
Sounds
that
original.
one. Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, that's a hard one to follow after that last picture. Oh, this is Monster Summer. My mom went to see this. She really liked it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like it's a horror movie, but I think it's made for families. It's not like, like I mean, not like a really
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, it's
I
a
like
kid.
having-
Yeah, the kid from Black Phone.
Oh, this is good. These things should exist. Not
Yeah.
all horror needs to be bad shit, crazy, death all the time.
Yeah.
I like those things, but it can also be sweet and innocent.
Yeah, a spooky family adventure movie.
Cute.
Lorraine Bracco's in it from Goodfellas. And Mel Gibson. The hell?
That's tough. That's a tough call. Oh,
The Forest Hills. Scott Goldberg's film. The last film was Shelley Duvall. We missed it, unfortunately. Played last weekend in Boston, but it's on VOD. I know I saw on Facebook, so you can rent it. I really would like to see that, obviously. And look at this. That's a really cool looking werewolf.
it looks kind of like it's very stumpy. Now that looks like a D&D monster.
Yeah, I like it. Operation Blood Hunt. A World War II era action thriller meets horror film. From director Louis Mandelar. Huh.
How do I know that guy?
That's a guy from the Saw movies.
Oh.
I think, or maybe that's the same last name. I think it's him. Operation Blood Hunt follows prolific expert of the occult and whiskey, Reverend Conte, and a ragtag group of military rejects as they venture to a remote island in the South Pacific to investigate the unexplained disappearance of several United States Marine stationed there in 1944, while initial intelligence suggests the culprit to be that of the Japanese Imperial Army. The group soon discovers, upon speaking with the island's inhabitants, that the Marines may have been massacred by a group of lycanthropes, known to most as werewolves.
As the Stumpy Wolves.
All right, well, I'll check that out. Whoa, isn't that cool? I love it. Like very festive.
It's so cute.
Yeah.
I want that song to wear it, and I don't think it's really work appropriate. So I tried to play that out in my mind. I'm like, I just can't do it. So I gotta wear it when I can. Well, that's quite an interesting lineup of movies. Seems like a little something for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, well, see, I agree with that. John Reddy says you can make what you want, but people will bitch. That's fine. But, people have always bitched about things.
Yeah.
Just now there's more platforms that people can, see them directly.
Yeah, happens.
People went and they boycotted the Last Temptation of Christ. I mean, there's always been these things.
Hmm.
All right.
I don't know enough about the whole Mel Gibson thing, but I have to assume that it's probably pretty correct.
Yeah, he's not a great dude.
No. If I get really mad, I'll warn people. Like, I mean, like Mel Gibson when I'm mad. It's not good. It's embarrassing. It's very low. But it's not racist.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
bad.
yeah.
It's a little, that's probably a little. It's not making me look great.
That's different. Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Where's Troy at? You have to leave.
His cat knocked down his router, so he's trying to, but I don't know.
Maybe he should figure that out.
Yeah.
He can always just say, "I'm out, guys. I'm sick of you."
No, I saw his cat there, so I think it did.
Oh.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, people talking about that seems to be coming up.
What is it?
A bit. I know cancel culture is a hot topic for several years now. But John,
the thing is, I don't think someone bitching about something is necessarily cancel culture. Like you can not like something and bitch about it.
Mm-hmm.
You have the right to do that, and people have always done that. Even if it's a dumb reason, like you can do it. Or it might be a reason you agree with. So I mean, that doesn't mean you're canceled.
What things have actually been canceled successfully?
See, that's another, and I've fallen into this sometimes. Like you'll see, like people call for something to be canceled. And you're like, well, that's stupid. But you look it up, and it's like, well, it's like 3 random guys on Twitter. It's like, well, who freaking cares? What does that really mean? Like that's not really like a big calling out for something. For a few years ago, everyone's like, they canceled Baby It's Cold Outside because like one station stopped playing it. And it's like, well, was it actually canceled?
Hey.
No, it's played all over the place. Hello.
Cancel culture. John Reddy hates it. That's where we're at. So Neal is saying people hate stuff regardless of what religion it is. So, but I mean, everybody does the cancel culture thing is that's just a new expression to something that has always happened. There's always people that get up in arms about some social thing happening, like, conservatives that hate this. Well, not all, but many people who hate cancel culture are conservative-ish or whatever they are. And, but they'll do things like ban the beer because there's a rainbow involved. It's like, come on, man. Like, stop.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Fools.
But I mean, if someone's like a really awful person, and like they don't want to, people don't want to work with them, and it was like, well, I get that.
I need to move this thing out from under my seat.
What is it?
I told you about this like under the desk bike thing once.
Yeah.
So it's under the desk.
Oh, I see.
Little bike, and so I won't even realize I'm using it anymore. And so I'm doing this, not even paying attention. And I'm like, oh shit! People can see me just
tootling along. Yep.
I was riding my bike. Mm-hmm.
Burp, burp.
Yeah. What do you got, Neal?
All right. So yeah, I got I'm excited, even though I almost called him Travis Bickel, even though I was with Christopher earlier, about Zombie Jason.
Yeah.
A movie that I've grown fond of and I really hated as a kid is Jason Goes to Hell, because it's so ridiculous. I kind of love it.
Is that the one we saw in the lawn?
No, they showed
It's not the one with the big metal thing that goes.
No, that's part 6. I think that's a really dumb. That's like a lot of people like think that's the greatest Jason movie ever made. I think it's just really dumb. I'll be honest, but I know it's kind of blasphemy to say that.
I mean, is it the greatest because it is
No,
dumb?
no, that's the thing. If you really just think, oh, this is silly fun, but people like legit think this is like the greatest horror film ever made. To be people we like think that, but maybe he comes from the 508, thinks that, but so Jason Goes to Hell is getting a 4K release from Arrow with all kinds of insanity on it. Madam Marcus, who I'm a big fan of.
That's the one with all the like weird little demony things happening.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I kind of love it. I wish they could restore all this stuff, but I think back then they just threw that stuff away because they have the
extras.
Yeah, they have he was supposed to just turn into some big demon and all this stuff.
Oh
yeah,
it's freaking crazy. The crate, they have the crate is in it. The Necronomicon's in it.
They just threw everything they could find in there.
Yeah. Adam Marcus claims that Jason is a deadite in the movie.
That's a different take.
What's the storyline to that? How does tell me how that works?
Probably
just it was a Kandarian demon at Crystal Lake.
Well, they had the Kandarian dagger in it and Necronomicon. Yeah, I don't know, like maybe Betsy Palmer made her son into a demon or something. I don't know.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, maybe she was so desperate to bring him back to life. She sought the lands, sailed the 7 seas, and eventually went to the depths of the Sahara where she sought out.
As Chris Bickel says, it's zombie Jason after 6. From up till 4, he's just a living human being. But either way, I don't know. Maybe we got to get Adam back on and explain in depth his thought process on how Jason is a deadite. He doesn't talk, he doesn't laugh.
That's true.
Deadites are pretty funny, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're pretty rocking.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have a lot of
swallow your soul. It's always good times.
Exactly. If he is a deadite, I would say he'd have to be a deadite after start at part 6. That's when he's dead. But he never speaks, so he doesn't have he doesn't really have any deadite quality.
Be cool if he talked like Peter Lorre. That would be pretty awesome.
It would be pretty awesome.
But either way,
maybe someone needs to do like a sound, like a layover track of voicing him as Peter Lorre.
Yeah, I think that would be badass.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, Jason Goes to Hell. I stand by the movie. As I've gotten older, and I don't have like a deep connection to the Friday the 13th films. Maybe if I did, I'd be pissed that Jason's now like a worm demon that travels from people. Maybe that would like bother me, but I don't really care. So I'm like, this is just so stupid. I love it.
I like the idea of worm demons. I'm
he's like this weird worm demon, and then they've got the Jason Hunter, who's like this really over the top, like just like a bounty hunter who's tracking Jason down. He's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I've been hunting Jasons for 40 years, man and boy.
Yeah.
They look at you with those eyes. Doll eyes.
And then the opening scene, they killed Jason, and then there's the guy doing the autopsy, and he just reaches in, he picks up the black card of Jason, and he just starts mowing on it for no reason. And I think
I'm sold. I think I have to watch this movie again now.
When the first time I went to see it, I know I told the story a million times. It was me and Joey. Troy knows Joey, and it was just me and him and one other guy in the theater who was probably like, I was gonna say my age now, but he was probably like 30. And we were sitting in the middle, and he was sitting across from us, but in the other aisle. And he was, as soon as we just burst into laughter when Jason's heart's getting eaten, he just He looked so pissed and just sat there like pissed the whole movie while we laughed. And then as soon as it was over, he got up and stormed out. I think he's very
He was
upset
the
that
zombie
we laughed.
Jason fan. Yep.
Yeah, you ruined
Yeah,
it.
you laugh at this foolishness.
We should do I think maybe like I was gonna say not like we all have free time. I definitely but if I had more free time, I think it would be great if we all did commentary tracks, because I'm pretty sure YouTube lets you do commentary tracks.
Yeah, we had planned to do the one for Extra with Tim Dry. He was into it.
Oh, that would be so much
One of these
fun.
days. That would be cool.
I'd
Maybe
love
that
it.
could be the first one. This Jason
X. I mean, Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah, I'd do
Jason
it.
Goes to Hell.
Adam Marcus. I'm suing you. No. We gotta get Adam back
Maybe
on.
he would come on.
Big fan of Adam Marcus in the Once and Future Smash.
Yeah, he's
Did a
great.
great job.
Yeah. Shit. So, Troy, you saw Salem Slot or did not?
I haven't seen it. I let my Max run out, so I may have to get Max back at some time because, like I say, I have some neat stuff on now.
It wasn't very neat.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't great.
Wasn't good.
Well, it's kind of like I was keeping it, for the new Game of Thrones prequel, and Hot D didn't do it for me. So season 1 we watched, season 2 we're like, geez, we only have Max for another month. We should probably watch it, and we never did. Season 1 wasn't very good.
I never got around to watch him. I didn't hear too much good about it.
Nah. For all the people that bitched about the last season of Game of Thrones, like, well,
yeah,
how about this shit? Do you like this better? Because like a lot more incest, if that's what you're looking for. I guess it's cool. Like white-haired people with a lot of incest. I guess, that's your thing.
What I don't understand, there's like 3 or 4 spin-offs of The Walking Dead, and they're making like a trilogy of movies about Rick, and I'm like, is this like Let's Strike When the Iron's Cold? Like,
I think so.
No one cares about this anymore, so let's just make like as many spin-offs as possible.
Yep.
Who watches all this stuff? Because I never see anyone talk about really liking it anymore. I see people saying they hate it, but I never see anyone be like, I really like The Walking Dead. And I'm not someone who hated it, but
because you're
there's
friends
not
with
this
people
buzz
with
about
sense.
it. What?
Because you're friends with people who have sense.
But I mean, I don't see anyone like it used to be. You'd go on social media and there'd be all these people like they would just that was cool. It was cool to see. Honestly, I like that people were into something. But I don't know.
Alas, I don't want to forget to ask: are we going to have any lists this month of Halloween?
Yeah, we were going to do a the scientist doctor.
Oh.
Because that is the theme at
Coolidge. 24-hour movie, man.
I already told our friend Justin. So Justin's getting his list together. So I think
that's awesome.
So you want to do that? Scientist and doctor.
Are you going to invite other people on?
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Who would be good? We'll figure it out.
The people who were already there.
What?
The people who were already there.
What do you mean?
The last time we did a list,
right? It was
the movies of the year. It was us.
Yeah.
Joe, Todd, Alok, Justin. I don't think Adam was there for that at the time.
Right. Oh, you mean I asked? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We can ask like our reviewers. Okay. Yeah, it'd be cool.
Yeah.
See who's into that. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
I will get on them.
Any listy folks.
I mean, we could do it on Halloween, but I figure people probably will be doing other stuff on Halloween. But I just was saying that Without Your Head lands on Halloween this year, so we probably will not.
Well,
we'll do something. Maybe we'll play some recorded stuff. We'll figure something out.
No costume contest this year, or what?
We're getting kind of late to do
going
it,
on.
Honestly. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. We usually have
we could put something together.
3 weeks, so that gives them 3.
Yeah, I'll put something up this weekend.
cool.
And I haven't made my pumpkin yet, so
I haven't either.
Yeah.
and
Even
we
if we
saw
don't have
some
it,
badass
you know,
ones
there
the
might
other
not
day.
be a ton of prizes, but
Mm.
it's fun just entering in everyone.
Oh yeah. Just to see what everybody's making and doing and fun
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. So even if it's not like a legit contest, just show us your stuff.
Yep.
Maybe we could post it in the show.
Yeah,
that'd be
that'd
fun
be
Like,
fun.
look at this. This is this
Do,
person.
like, yeah, we'd have like a whole
Mhm.
Well, you know what? I don't mind doing this. How about this for a prize? The winner will get an 8-bit version of themselves in their costume.
oh
That's
awesome.
really cute.
That
Yeah.
would
That'd
fun,
be
wouldn't it?
tremendous. Yeah.
All right.
And do the same with the jack-o'-lantern, maybe.
Yeah, that
That would be really
that might be a
cool.
little harder for me to do, but I could
Oh,
do the
okay.
person. I mean, I would attempt it.
Yeah.
I'll attempt it. Yeah.
Can you share for those in the audience? Because not everybody will know.
Yeah,
Share
so
an
there's
8-bit creature
Let me
being
grab one.
sprite.
Yeah, they
How-
are
who
called
did
sprites.
Sprite?
The
Is that
pixel art.
something that's always been?
Yeah, that's what they're referred to as now.
All the cool kids are calling them sprites.
These new people. Apparently, Gen X versus millennials. The battle is about socks.
Oh.
And if you are a millennial, you are clearly wearing your age on your ankles because ankle socks are for the elderly millennials. And the youth, the real youth, the Gen X, Gen Z is the new one. Gen Z, millennial, Gen X, and all the other shit. The Gen Z wear tube socks. They hike them right up.
Oh yeah.
So when you
Yep.
see out there,
My
they're
nephews
the
are like knee sock,
Mhm.
yank them up. Where
Yep.
I'm kind of when I was a kid, Pistol Pete Maravich was one of my favorite basketball players, and
Mhm.
he would droop his socks. He would always like get knee socks and then droop them down to like ankle length.
Oh, that sounds. Why is my phone going off?
I like long socks myself. So there we go. We got the folks from Psycho Ape.
Nice. Oh, I love them.
I think they look good. So you get something like this, you know, made for yourself.
I love it.
I do too. Oh
That's
man.
so sweet.
Yeah, that one's a fun one. Let me get a recent one. Well, those are pretty recent, I guess. What? Who?
Apparently, the best time to see the Northern Lights today will be between 10 and midnight. And look through your camera and take pictures. Wow. That's real.
And
Because
that's tonight?
yeah, it's like happening. And this is just my relative who's no photographer by any stretch. And it's really, I don't know if you can see it.
Whoa.
I mean, that's a little like that.
Wow.
This is the accurate color.
Yeah,
but that's not what it looks like at their place. No, it's just black.
Wow.
Because it's near the ocean, so it's just black.
And
That's
they're not
crazy.
like in Nova Scotia or anything.
No, this is in New Hampshire.
Wow.
Yeah. They're like an hour, or she's like an hour from Boston, north on the coast.
Wow.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I do love the nighttime sky in like New Hampshire and Maine and
Oh,
Vermont.
yeah, when you get out
It's just
there.
beautiful. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Being at a lake, so you've got that break in the trees and you could see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so great.
I do dig that.
Yeah,
Here's
I
a
do.
couple more, which will also be a little preview of the upcoming Arbor Day, some perks. One of those perks is you can be a tree hunter.
Nice.
Another one of those perks is you can be a cultist.
Ooh.
This here is actually our Todd Yeager in the black room.
Nice.
The other ones we got masked cultists and then unmasked cultists. I'm really happy with my cultists. And then there'll be another one, but we will announce that a little bit later.
I have to say, a tree hunter looks a little bit like Tree Victim.
Well, yeah. Once you hunt them and find them, who knows what happens? Yeah. Maybe you were better off not finding one.
Well, I have him where he's just battling him too, not in the arm. So either way, you can be in the arm or out of the arm, whatever you prefer.
What about doing the jump kick like Ninja Badass?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. Kick him.
I am Ninja Badass.
So,
Northern Lights. I don't know if I ever showed you this.
East.
Here's I apparently have too many files here, so I have to delete some. They're like, you're sharing too much stuff. They're like Facebook.
Can you play YouTube videos? It's not something licensed. Oh my god, that's so great!
Oh my god,
so great!
I just saw that movie's on. Where was it? Was it on Tubi or maybe it's on Shudder now?
Yeah, I think it's on Shudder.
Did you see it?
Pretty cool.
Yeah, Troy and
I loved it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was great. There's a lot of complaints about it. I don't understand. I mean, it is what it said it would be.
Yeah.
It's not like it was like, this is going to be a highly intellectual piece of cinema.
Yeah, like I gotta say, I liked a lot more horror flicks this year that I saw than I didn't like.
Yeah, it's been really good.
Many that I've seen that I was like, meh.
That's excellent.
I'm looking forward to seeing The Substance this weekend because some people really go nuts. It's weird because I did not expect it to be a gory movie, and some people say it's like the goriest movie of the year.
Yeah.
What are those people watching?
Yeah, that's true too.
No, it's people who watch crazy stuff.
Okay.
So I didn't know that was what kind of movie it is. But it's also got about something. I don't know. I'm really looking forward to it, so I'm glad it's still playing.
I don't think I've ever liked a movie with Demi Moore.
Yeah, but now this like her comeback movie, and she's playing like
older
the
and
idea
wiser.
that it's a character that's got an actress that wants to hang on to her youth because like people won't hire for. So I think that's cool that she is playing this type of character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into it. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it doesn't let me down.
I hope you guys like it.
Yeah.
You. Maybe
I think I'll be able to eat.
To try.
I ate some hot or warm food earlier today for the first time. Then I looked it up and it said only the first 24 hours you have to not eat hot stuff. So that's why I made some hot tea.
Depends on how you're feeling,
Yeah. Yep.
So if
that's
it's
what my
sensitive,
dad just told me slowly, and I felt fine. So yeah, I made scrambled eggs and crab.
Whoa, it's an interesting combo.
It's good.
I don't really like crab.
I like crab, and I
don't like eggs, so
Neal,
each would pass.
right? Where's your teeth, Neal? Like the free one.
They're upstairs. I forgot to bring them down. I can go grab them.
Oh man, yeah. Show the teeth.
Before I do that on the show, we'll be having the producer of this on soon. Crazy. We have a lot of guests we have to figure out, but it's cool. Yeah, that's a good problem to have, though.
Oh yeah.
The ultimate cut of Caligula. This I don't know what the runtime is on this. Tons of bonus content. So that's really cool.
Yeah,
and then, we're gonna have some guests, at least one. From the Profane Exhibit.
That was great. I enjoyed Profane Exhibit. It was not, from what I heard, it would be, as far as like, unwatchable because it's so intense. I didn't find it. I've seen too many other seriously terrible.
Heard that too many times.
Yeah. I've seen way, way worse. So there was one that was a little extra wow. But I didn't throw up or have nightmares. It was unpleasant subject matter.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. It has a commentary by Michael Todd Schneider, who we'll be having on the show in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from
Cool.
tonight, he'll be on live.
Nice.
And I'm going to try to get some other folks on. I actually heard back. This one we won't do live, and we have to see if we can work out. But Yoshihiro Nishimura,
Mhm.
who did a really cool, more stylized short in this. Hell,
Oh,
Hell
is that the
Kitchen,
one with the
Hell Chef?
Yeah.
So
Troy, you would love it.
Oh, I
yeah,
bet. I bet. That
It's
sounds right
really-
up my alley.
It's the horror and just insane, weird stuff. I will say, at one point, someone's stomach is cut across, and instead of blood and guts coming out, crepe red ribbons come out.
Oh.
And so they're just like waving around. It's so weird.
I dig it. I dig it. I like the sound of that.
So Yoshihiro is all about coming on, but he does not speak English. So he told me that he would need an interpreter that speaks English and Japanese. But if that works out, he will do the interview.
So who is providing this person?
That's what I was trying to find out, if he had someone or
You
what.
can. I'll look into seeing that. We have a service for that at work.
So Yoshihiro is normally a now he's directed some stuff, but he's also an effects guy in a lot of like some wild stuff. So he did the effects in Tokyo Gore Police.
Oh, no way.
Mhm.
I've seen that.
The Machine Girl, Mutant Girl Squad, a lot of really wild stuff. So I hope this works out because he looks like a cool guy.
We'll get Zack Sabre Jr. to be our translator.
Yeah. I've done interviews for festivals with translators, so I mean, it's not, it's not that
I
big.
wonder if I can ask one of my friends to do it. Maybe. I might. I don't know how awkward that would be, but I have a couple of Japanese friends that maybe I can ask. It would be weird. I'll try to remember that.
Yeah, like Yoshihiro's a cool magenta beard.
Oh, I'm loving it.
Where? What? Sweet. I like his vibe.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
If he comes on, I'll do the same. I'll do the
All right.
Yes. Yes.
Seems like a really cool guy. So hopefully that works. We'll work it out. But it probably wouldn't work live, but we'll work it out.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. I tried to get anyway, I tried to get a lot of people on. We'll see who can come on, who doesn't work out. But we'll at least have one person on from Profane Exhibit.
Cool. That's
in the works for 10 years, 11 years, really.
Wow.
It's pretty wild. All right. So should we get to the Veil interview? Anything else on your mind?
Always things on my mind. Where are we at? Why don't we tell people like where are we at right now in production, pre-production for Arbor Day?
All right, so we will be launching the pre-launch soon for the Arbor Day crowdfunder on Indiegogo. We've got a lot of cool props made. We'll be making some more. Troy's got works on some. Annabelle's got amazing art made for the movie. I've got so I have the whole script. I have I'm right now moving stuff around and adding a couple characters that we're putting in the movie, which is actually an interesting experience. I don't dislike it. It was funny when Chris was on. I knew exactly what I mean because thinking about sitting down and doing that's always like oh well I'll play a game first. I'll make a cup of coffee first, and then hours go by doing nothing. And then once I start, I'll be on there till like 8 a.m, just like doing stuff, and I really enjoy it. But it's really I do that with everything though. I've noticed. So anyway, it's been a really fun experience getting this together, getting people involved, bringing a lot of great people involved. We're going to be announcing more people as it comes through. So I don't even want to announce too many people, even though people we've already announced, because I think it's fun to announce one person in a week.
Oh yeah, I think that's way cool.
Yeah, Paul Ehlers is super excited. Oh yeah, and Chris here is gonna help with the QR code.
Oh, awesome! Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that. Yeah, so that's one thing. We're gonna get some flyers made with QR code, and we're gonna have those at Coolidge after midnight. Annabelle, should we announce this? What we're gonna be doing at Coolidge?
Nah.
All right, we'll wait.
Not yet.
But we
Let's
will
wait
be
for next
handing
week.
out flyers.
We will be handing out flyers.
Flyers are
Distributing
cool.
flyers throughout the land. We should make
Yeah.
like some kind of like line of places to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's
like a
our
little
targets.
tour. Like a little map.
Yeah. Yep. Then we could film at different spots. I think it could be a really cool day. Someone was going to buy us onesies, I think, when I posted that onesie thing.
Oh, really?
Off topic, but I was thinking about going around the town being...
Oh, yeah. It would be easier to buy it
Yeah,
for me
people.
now. It used to be at the time I'd have to get like a giant one or something.
Well, I don't know if they still make them.
They're not
You
as...
know, I haven't seen them. Like
No, I
we
used to always see them every year at Walmart and
Yeah.
stuff, and I didn't see them this year.
This was a long time ago.
Yeah. I have a Yeti one. And a big.
Well, we won't dress like the Yeti.
No, I have a Yeti and a like a Godzilla one with a tail.
Aw, that's cute.
It's a lizard, not necessarily.
Oh.
But yeah. So if I just wore the Yeti around,
Go for it. If you're uncomfortable or you need more space in a seat, you're going to have to deal with that yourself. But you can do it. I won't mind if you do it. It's way better than Zubaz ever will be. Fuck. Troy, I used to tell him, do not wear those.
The zoo
Like, when you meet me, do not.
Troy was a
I'm pretty
fan.
liberal with
That's-
clothes, but no Zubaz, no sweatpants.
Usually
Yeah.
that's
Class it up a little bit, sir.
usually that's like the old retired wrestlers. They love the Zubaz and
Mhm.
fanny packs. The only
I was
group
wearing a
of
fanny
people
pack for a while.
besides like old women at casinos that have
Yeah.
fanny packs on.
Neal was fanny packer, but then I introduced him to the new way that not new, but there's a different way to hold your gear that looks less lame. And that's and anybody out there who loves fanny packs, I guess they're kind of like a little bit back.
Yeah, they are. That's why.
Yes.
That's why I was wearing them, because they become like cool now or something.
With what age group?
I don't know.
I don't think that you're going to get any points with Gen Z if you're wearing is to go to one of the military supply That's awesome.
Yeah,
I
that just
tried
makes
it,
me happy
You should
seeing
have
that.
worn that everywhere you went
Yep.
and bought clothes that would fit over it. Oh my god.
So now,
Could have been a furry in that one.
Right? I was just
Yeah.
thinking. Yikes.
so it's so this is what it looks like now, and so I also have the, because now it's looser, obviously, but it's still like you can still wear it. So, yeah, and that's the
I kind of like the
lizard
dragon one too. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah.
It's got a tail. It might be a little
Yeah.
harder
Well,
to
it
sit
should.
somewhere.
Well, that's
I don't have matching
might feel
feet
like a
for it.
pillow though. You could roll up the tail. And
That's
I
true.
do have the
Have a
I do
little
have the
coaster.
feet for the Yeti. I don't have the feet for the lizard.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Mhm.
What the fuck was being said? I don't remember what was being said. Something was being said. I don't know what it was.
Yetis, big feet.
Yetis, onesies, but that came
Oh,
from somewhere
yeah.
else.
Something about Gen Z.
Oh, about the bag. So go to the Army Navy surplus place, and they have these great black bags that would be for ammo or whatever, and they're like long, and they go over a belt, and they look good. They look cool. If you're into that semi like combat boot aesthetic,
Okay.
like
Well, like
a person,
Batman utility belt kind
yeah,
of thing.
or if you'd wear like a utility kilt, if you're into that, it's a direction to be. It's great. Yes.
Oh, I'll go get my teeth here. I keep forgetting. But here's the tail.
Nice.
I don't have as much booty.
It's not as
anymore, so-
plush a tail as I was hoping. I was
No, it's not huge.
hoping for a big luxurious
It might look
tail.
bigger now because I'm smaller, so
Yeah,
maybe the tail. You grow because every 30 pounds you gain an inch of tail.
of tail, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I probably shouldn't say this anymore.
We all figured it out already.
Yeah. No, but there's there was a specific incident when I found this out. Troy was the one who told me.
Okay.
I don't think it was one of the Avengers movies. I think it was one of the Avengers. And I went to the bathroom. I came back. I was like, man, the bathrooms must be like filling the water higher than they used to be. Because now every time I go to the bath, like when I sit down, my junk like hits the water. It's not a great experience. And Troy's like, that's because like it's like long.
Yeah, it's 20 pounds. Every 20 pounds you lose. It's
and so then I looked it up and I was like, oh yeah.
Well, also you haven't like when your ass gains weight, you get a booster seat.
Oh, that's
that's
true,
why
yeah.
When your booster seat
That's
drops,
why in these old pictures of me and Annabelle, if we're sitting somewhere, I look like a freaking giant. And now I look now I'm like, I look as short as I am. And it's because I'm not
because
sitting
you're
on the-
assless now.
Yeah.
well, now I'm getting shorter because I lost weight.
Oh, okay. You're both assless now.
Yeah.
I'm not totally assless.
Okay.
Boy.
But you have less ass.
Yes, than
Not
I did.
necessarily
It wasn't
assless.
very healthy.
All right.
It wasn't good. So now I'm getting normal. But I found out, if we're going to be on this page, that afraid that I am going to have a terrible old ass. It's like a pancake, like Hank Hill. I don't need that. So they have all these exercises. I don't need like a giant ass, just not a floppy one. I don't need a floppy ass. Let's not do that. So they have all these squats and shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna go to the gym, but I thought I'll at least try it. Nothing. I just felt like I must have the strongest ass in the world because it feels like nothing. I just feel it in my legs. And it was all different exercise. I felt nothing. No strain in any way. And I looked into this, and it's a condition called dead butt.
Oh.
It's a real thing called dead butt. And it's when you sit so much that your butt atrophies and all the other muscles then start doing the work of your butt. So your butt is literally not working. So when I'm
like,
doing squats, I
thighs
don't
are
do anything. It's because
your
they're just
thighs are
like,
getting like muscular and
yes.
stuff, but the booty's just
So,
like, no,
I learned a new way that I'll share with the world for all y'all in the world who want to like get them buns.
Well, see,
not
because I don't want
dead.
to be that old guy. I don't want to be like where my ass just falls off and I got like baloney ass. I don't want
Right?
that. You know?
No, it's not good. All right,
No.
so here's what you do. You just sit in your chair like straight-ish, and you literally, this is so easy. And I found out that this is like the best exercise. Forget squats and all that shit because your other muscles can take over the work. So you just sit and then you clench up your butt.
Oh.
Like you squeeze them cheeks for 5 seconds. Exactly. And then let them go. And squeeze your butt hard for 5 seconds and let go. You're supposed to do that 15 minutes a day. 15 minutes a day. Come on, guys.
All right. We're going to remember
let's
this.
do this, and we can like monitor our progress, not on visually for the world, but we ourselves can be like, you know what? Then if I figure if I start to do squats and I feel it, that's going to be my monitor.
That's true. This will be, yep.
This is how I'll know if it's working. So all y'all that do not want a flappy Hank Hill ass.
Yep.
Well, maybe.
I'm down.
Yeah, do it. Don't get the flop. I'll honestly, not to be mean, but what really like sent this home for me was Bill Whedon's Never Ending Nudity and his like little pancake ass.
Yep.
I don't want
I'm
that.
gonna go grab my teeth. I'll be right back.
All right.
You don't want to
Grab
sit
them
here and talk
teeth.
about the Whedon ass? Oh man.
He's like, I've had enough.
He's got to walk away. He's blushing too much.
Grab them teeth.
Yeah. So we can do the workout right now. Ready?
All right, I already am.
All right. So
After you told me,
all right. So we're gonna start. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rest.
All right. I am
1,
definitely
2,
feeling it.
3, 4, 5. Rest. And you'll know because your butt will go. You'll like actually raise.
Yep. Yep.
So you really want to raise. Make sure it's
Oh,
not just in your thighs. You got to squeeze it. Squeeze it like you're flexing, like you're flexing your arms. Flex.
It's the old
Yeah. So everybody here is going to come back, and we're going to sing the praises of our
isometrics. Is that what they call it?
Is it when you like
one muscle
isolate
fights
and you're
with
just
the
like,
other
I'm
one,
gonna
yeah.
make my arm bigger.
Yep.
I
That
mean,
was
it
like
makes
Doc
sense.
Savage and people in the 1930s. They would
Did it work?
like fight muscle to muscle, like have your left arm, wrestle with your right or with your left.
What?
Yeah, one
Really?
pulling and the other one pushing, and then you'd reverse.
Kidding. Huh. That's interesting.
And then they do the same with the legs and stuff.
That's very interesting. See, all this gym shit is a scam, isn't it?
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
All
don't need
these like,
any.
at-home
I mean,
things.
thousands of years, like people were in shape. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't see a tiger at the gym.
You see dog at a dog park.
Exactly.
And hamster in a wheel.
Yep.
So there he is. Right. I want to compare notes for teeth. Oh, we should do that. We'll have a trust. We're going to trust. All right. So as everybody over there in the world ready, we're going to have a butt squeeze. And we'll know if you're lying because either your head's going to be up higher or it won't.
Yep.
There are 3 of us. All right. So we're
After
going
we see
to
the
start
jump.
with 1. I'll count for 5. We'll let go. And then we'll do it. I like these bubbles. And then we'll
It's
do
like
it
our
again.
Jack LaLanne moment.
Yes. So we're going to. What are you doing?
I kind of like that, but that's a little too weird.
Oh, what the hell?
I didn't know what that was gonna do. Right.
Yeah, right.
I did like the crazy.
I like this one
close-up.
best. Troy and I are like tiny. Neil's.
You like this?
This is
All
my
right.
favorite.
Yeah, Troy's just eyes.
Let's see. You can see my weird Galapagos island in my eye better.
You have a what in your eye?
Weird birthmark.
Oh, it's like in the white of your eye?
Yep.
Whoa, cool. That's what the
Like a
infected
little
have.
island going around.
That's wild. It's been there forever?
Yeah. My optometrist is always like, whoa, only 1 in 10 million people have that.
Whoa, that's pretty wild.
He's got 2
What is
different
it
color
from?
eyes.
It's just like a birthmark.
Huh.
Just
Your
like
eyeball.
pigmentation in the white, yeah. And that's also why I have one dark chocolate, one light, one milk chocolate eye.
That's crazy.
The
I
weird
had no
Bowie
idea.
2 different colored eye thing.
Huh. David Bowie has that.
Yep.
That's how cool you are. David Bowie cool.
I mean, good company.
Definitely. All right. John's ready. All these people are ready. So we're going to do
All right.
the 5 count and then stop and then we'll do it
King
again.
Kong Bundy
Just get
5
ready.
count.
So, all right. We're going to start now. Squeeze 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got to remember to
5.
breathe.
Let go. All right. And now we're going to start again. And then just go, I guess, and then just stay until we can't. That's the challenge from Chris.
We're going? Or
I guess. Ready? 1,
I'm
2,
doing
3, go. All right. What's up, Neal?
Showing my
Ooh.
teeth.
We're busy with our asses.
We're trying
I
to
can't
save the
concentrate
booty.
on
That's pretty cool, though. This is
Is
too
it
much
hard?
happening. I'm looking at that,
Right?
clenching and
Looking
breathing.
at your eye.
There's too many things happening.
Right?
Yeah,
I'm still doing it.
I'm
It
feeling-
does get sore.
It does. I'm feeling. I don't know. I'm
My legs are
learning new things
shaking.
about
I don't
myself.
know what
Right?
this one has all these dots
Whoa.
around it. I don't know if that was from the
Yeah,
thing they
that's
took it
what's-
out.
Wow, that's
strange.
And also got like all this like, what is that? Just like hunks of meat.
You gotta have that focus in more. You should put yourself on the big screen.
I think I just have to do it.
See, I'm half Italian, so I think that's my advantage on this.
On what?
I got more booty than I've got the tuchus factor, so it's. Although I don't know how much longer I can keep this going.
I'm doing it.
Look
I'm
at
here.
that. That's kind of
I'm
nasty.
trying. That doesn't even look real.
No, it doesn't look real at all. It looks like a prop.
Yeah.
It looks like a prop of someone that doesn't understand teeth.
Yeah. Like, screw trying to get the roots. We're just going to take a big chunk of your gum out with this one.
This one does have 3.
That has
3
the
prongs.
baddest roots. I love it.
That's a
4.
weird roots. Yeah.
Wow.
My butt hurts.
Yeah, I got to stop. That's it. My lower back was starting to go to sleep.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat doing the butt test?
Doing the butt.
I don't want to give up.
Wow. I had to.
You're not going to even tell me.
Doing the butt. All night long.
And
wrong with doing the butt. All
the chat.
night
You can stop.
long.
All right.
But this was my first time, so gotta give me a week.
I just started this, so is that I know, right? So I let Neal know because I have my teeth. I was very, very lucky to get all my teeth because I was older. And my first 2, these are great. These are actually from contact lenses come in these, like the cool ones. So I've got a few of these for just Halloween contact lenses, which is pretty sweet. I don't know if I can get it out.
They look like tiny little milk jars. I kind of love them.
Chris says
They're
that
really cool.
he failed the butt challenge when I brought in the teeth.
Yeah, that's what kind of jarred me too. I think.
Thanks, Neal.
I was doing fine until then.
I always got to make it about you. All right. So this one is the most fucked one.
Whoa. That one has similar roots to the last one Neal had.
If I can illuminate it better. Wow. Not really.
See, I wish I had mine.
Well, this one, so it's got these sad, very crossed into each other roots. So it was like holding into my mouth pretty hard. Then this one, they broke it, pulling it out. But then they gave me the chip. So there's a hole. There's holes in the bottoms of these where your actual roots go in. So I found out. So there's this hole here, which then goes into the tooth. So I took a tiny piece of wire and I put it in it to go up through it.
Wow.
Which probably would have been easier to glue, but I thought it was really cool to try to do it with wire. So that's that one. Now the next one, this is the first one I had. And it's so cool. So this one has, these are both from my top teeth, I believe.
Wow.
So this one has many. But then this one, the guy was leaning on my face. Oh my God. So there I am having my first wisdom tooth out. There's some dude and everybody's super nice at this place. So getting ready to me to go. And I said, can I please have my tooth? Yes, if you name it and tell me what the name is, which is cute. So then he goes to pull it out and he's, doing it and he's being nice. But then he ends up putting his full body weight. He's got like his knee up on the chair. He's like pushing so hard. I thought he was going to collapse my face. I genuinely thought he was going to collapse my face. But then what happened was it ended up having this eye. It's got a cool hole in it. So it's like a cyclops eye. Wow. And I thought about putting in like a little clay eye into it. It's so great.
That is awesome.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting like, how they make false eyes for creatures? Like,
oh, yeah.
Ah!
Oh, no, don't lose that one. It's running.
Yeah, for the taxidermy creatures. So I thought maybe I'd do that. But obviously I have not done that. And the two newer ones are much whiter. These are very new. So this one, which doesn't have separated out.
Wow.
roots, but they're still like, that's thick. That's one root.
way
They're
thick.
huge. And this side is still huge. So even though there's two, they're giant. And you can see how these also come in like this. So the problem with this root here, is that it was like, it fit in my jaw because my jaw is so huge, but it bent because of where it was at. So, but it's very clean.
Yep.
And then the other one, this one is the grossest one. So it's not like dirty. The same thing as far as the roots, but
That's wild.
here,
You didn't even have a cavity in any of these.
no, but I cleaned them up pretty good.
Oh,
But they weren't full cavities either. So here, you can not see, you can kind of see my skin through this.
Oh yeah.
Because this is blocked up with what would have been part of my actual bone of my jaw.
Wow. So it didn't really have like the roots screw together.
Yeah, so they were there. It's just that they were
Yeah.
holding in. I do have big teeth.
Wow.
And so I guess just loosening it up, there's these tiny little parts between your teeth, and loosening it up, they just broke it.
Wow.
So this, I've been trying to decide, do I want to keep this tiny piece of my skull in this? Because that's kind of cool itself.
Mm-hmm.
Or do I just want to take it out? Because the skull is really cool, and I can't put it back.
Yeah, I think you gotta keep that. That's pretty awesome.
They're all unique in their own ways, but they are very big. That's a big teeth.
Damn. So Troy just pulls some out.
All right. I think I
So
got
you have
pliers somewhere.
I love these. Oh yeah. So if you ever anybody have teeth, all you have to do to have teeth and are going to the dentist and get them pulled, you just have to ask them if you can keep your teeth. You don't have. You can be nice and say, "May I keep my teeth?" And say, "Give me my fucking teeth," because that's not going to go well at a dentist's office.
Yeah.
Once you get it, they'll give it to you in a little steri pouch bag because that's for not contaminating things, and it'll be full of blood and nastiness. You bring it home, you can rinse it off, and put it in a small container. Most people aren't going to have one of these. If you put it in a shot glass, pour hydrogen peroxide on it. I'm sure there are better ways, but this is the cheap way.
Okay.
Pour hydrogen peroxide in it, and then you will be full of joy as you watch the fucking shit bubble like mad as the hydrogen peroxide eats away at the flesh.
Wow.
So you get to it's just like, and you see like little things that used to be pink are turning gray and white, and it's really, really cool. So let them sit there. You got to make sure it's covered up so that their stuff isn't escaping. It's not toxic. You just want to keep it like...
Yeah, if it's
covered.
hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, you don't want it to evaporate.
Yep.
You leave it in there. Every once in a while, you give it a little shake. I would just do it. I'd keep it in there until there were no more bubbles when I'd shake it. Just leave it in there. And then take them out.
What, like a week or two?
Scrub them up a little bit. I think it depends on what they are. Maybe a week. And then just like get something to brush. It doesn't have to be your toothbrush, but you can have a toothbrush and brush them. And if you've got any kind of dental, even these like things you put up in between the floss that they make now that's on the little stick, using stuff like that to just pick at whatever's there. You can use your thumbnail to like strip off your lash. The whole thing is very fun. If you are comfortable with body stuff, I love it. I love it. They're so great. I'm so glad I have all four.
I don't see Coast here this week.
Oh,
yeah, I wonder where Coast is at.
No. You don't like us no more.
Oh.
No, he's probably
He's
not.
spooked out.
Where's Jamie Hill?
She actually posted. She was here real early on when we started. Actually.
Oh. What'd she say? She doesn't like us
Just
anymore.
was saying hello, I think.
Oh. Where's your girl? Where's your girlfriend, Neal? One of them.
There it is.
Oh, Jamie.
Bunch of waves.
See her.
And Christian Cortez was in here.
Yeah, he's great. He always shows up for the interviews, it seems. He doesn't stick around for us bums.
He's a good dude.
He might have to work early or something. You never know.
Wink, wink. I have to go to bed real soon. Got.
All right. So we want to get to the Beyl interview. I'm getting cold.
Chilly nearly.
Yeah. Is there anything else we want to talk about? I'm good.
If you don't, and you just want to leave and stop talking about flesh of teeth and ass exercises.
Well, I thought you had to go to sleep soon too. It's almost midnight.
No, I don't work tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is my final week of any days off. I really failed. I should have done that for next week too, but I didn't. So here we are today. I'm off tomorrow, but I don't want to hold anyone up from watching the interview. I'm just here babbling.
I was just trying to see if there were any other horror films coming out at the there's a movie called Never Let Go playing the theaters. Monster Summer, that was that movie we mentioned. It was the family movie, The Substance. Oh, yes. Speak No Evil still playing. Beetlejuice.
No interest. No.
Terrifier. I've not really heard too many good things about it.
It's just a cash grab. Look at all this shit they've got so many things that are Beetlejuice everywhere that it's just a cash grab.
Smile 2. I really like the first Smile.
Oh yeah, Smile, the first one I liked a lot.
What did someone we know make Smile 2?
Yeah, they worked on the effects.
Who was it?
Ryan Spears. And,
That's right. That's right.
So that'll be cool. Yeah, I don't know. You think I don't think there's anything else any other ones coming out later in the.
Let's see.
Like at Halloween. The new Venom.
You see
Saw unrated?
What?
Is it the original Saw? Saw unrated. Oh yeah. Get the unrated version in the theaters for the first time. It's the original Saw film. I don't know. The Black Phone? Didn't we already see that? So they're just re-releasing some old movies?
Like it's a lot cheaper this way.
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. It's good that they play, but
that's a movie that's only, 2 years old anyway.
Yeah. It's weird. There's a lot of horror movies open last month and early this month, but none around actual Halloween. At least none on there listed there.
That is
maybe a lot coming out VOD and such.
Yeah,
I think so. I think there's a ton like streaming and things. The new VHS, I think, is on Shudder.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, you watch it?
Yep. I liked it a lot. Although I've enjoyed almost all of those. So
yeah, Chopping Mall's coming to the Brett.
Chopping Mall?
Yeah. And
what's
Piranha.
going on at the Somerville place? Somerville Theater.
Yeah, because they played the Shelley Duvall movie, and I wish we were told about it.
Well, they can't make time for every single person.
I mean, they help.
Did you see that our wonderful Spanish director we recently had on, Francisco? Is it Gutierrez?
Yeah.
I saw this on his Instagram. He received, I've got it open. Received an unexpected letter from the American Film Academy today. I'm honored to share that my script for the Wait has been included in the Academy's Library's permanent core collection.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
That's freaking crazy.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a really good movie.
What the hell is this movie playing at the friggin' Somerville Theater?
It sounds good already.
Yeah.
Don't let the river beast get you.
What?
That's good advice.
Well, is he friendly?
I
What
don't
if
know.
he gives me
Might want to rub his
nice?
tummy or something.
Yeah, he could be a nice guy or gal. We don't know.
The
No one-
poster is insane. Hold on a sec. This
When
looks
does
awesome.
happen? When is that?
It's not letting me send it. It's not
Damn it,
letting me-
Neal. When is it?
Oh, when is it? It's
Yeah.
let's see. Friday. Oh, tomorrow. Well, that sucks.
Oh man.
Tomorrow what?
The 11th at
Is it just a 1-day thing? Just a 1-day event?
9:45.
And what is this thing called?
Don't let the river beast get you.
I love the title. I do.
Oh, it's an old movie, I guess.
Oh, it is?
Not super old. 2012.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So not like the 50s.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't let the river beast get you.
I kind of like the river beast.
Ah!
Kind of cute.
Oh my god, that looks so awesome.
Yeah.
I know.
Holy crap. Maybe we'll have to go to that instead. They also have Megalopolis. I know it's not in our budget there, but that looks cool as hell.
Oh yeah. And it's just a 1-day thing though. Huh?
Yeah. Friday, 9:45 p.m. Watch on. Can I give you the trailer?
Yeah, I was just gonna pull it up.
Do you already have it?
I'm getting it now. Yeah.
And which theater is this one at?
Somerville.
Oh,
It's in Davis.
I've never been there.
It's good. It's another one of these theaters that it's like a real old theater.
Nice.
The
I love
balcony.
those.
Yeah. Yeah. Pepe is leaving. Oh, Pepe.
Grab them.
Have a good nap time, Pepe. Don't forget your ass exercises.
For years, he was trapped in his underwater lair, hungering for freedom, hungering for meat. Now he's on the loose, pillaging river parties and stalking young maidens. Can Neal Stewart, the best tutor Rivertown, USA has ever seen, defeat the river beast?
There's no defeat in that thing.
Matt Farley, Kevin McGee, Sharon Scalzo, Elizabeth Peterson, James McHugh, and Tom Scalzo as Teddy Hollingsworth. Don't let the river beast get you. He's the most indecorous aquatic menace of all time.
Whoa. Okay.
That's so dumb.
I was hoping it would
Apparently-
be somebody like, like an introducing, some big actor now that I can't even think of.
Right?
I will say it's also they have it free on their YouTube as well.
Oh, okay. So you don't have
Stash,
to miss
Thrills,
it.
and chills.
Yeah.
That's sweet though. It's a New England film.
Yeah.
Made in New England on almost no budget in 2012. Don't Let the River Beast Get You continues to creep its way toward cult classic status. With successful screenings around North America and an ever-growing online fandom, the movie depicts a small New England town that must work together to stop a seemingly unstoppable river beast. Get ready for high drama, thrilling action, and thick New England accent.
Nice. I'm down.
Neat.
Yeah.
I like the creature itself, the river.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing. It would not be what it is without that creature.
Exactly.
No. What are you looking at there? You're having like a.
I'm looking at Somerville.
No, you're looking at somehow like slightly Levian. I don't know why.
Oh, like the friggin' Satanist?
Yeah.
Don't get friggin' my wrestling fans going.
Whoa! So I should spread a rumor. So I should make a supplementary Facebook profile with evidence that you're really you're related to Anton LaVey.
Yeah, Tazo the Greek out there. He already thinks it.
Why?
He thinks a lot of things.
He's insane.
Why? These people.
He does a lot of dope.
I was just so. Most of you know that I'm in mental health therapy field. I literally yesterday had a meeting with one of the program directors because there is actual evidence, studies that people who are at risk for experiencing psychosis, like people with bipolar disorder or people who have schizophrenia, different kinds of things like that, marijuana is very bad.
Oh my God, I love that so much. Actually, you have a little Ming the Merciless working in that one.
They look the same.
Yeah, I kind of love that.
Anton
I gotta get.
looks like a.
I'm gonna get some Just for Men
Ming.
again. Yeah.
Oh my God. That would be a costume.
I get the Just for Men.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that would be an awesome Halloween thing.
God.
Crazy. Shave up the head. Right now, there's
It's
a
stubbly,
lot of
man.
like stubbly. Shave the head. Get
Yeah,
the Just
man.
for
What we
Men.
doing? Trying to record today, all stubbled up.
I think it looks. I like cool. You wanted more. You wanted more LaVey.
Not quite enough LaVey. Not enough
Or
Ming.
more Ming, less LaVey.
Yeah, we need Ming.
Ming rules.
Yep.
That guy is awesome.
Wait a minute. This is really
What?
strange.
Oh.
I knew that I had this photo. This is funny. I'll share it so you don't think, because you never believe me. I'm just kidding. But hold on. So here this
What
is.
is this
This
gift
is from
off to
last
the side?
November. The photo.
Whoa.
So
Where's that
over here
gift?
we got Joe Needbala says, "How Anton LaVey of you," and then Christopher Bickel, who is on tonight, comes on and says, "Also came here to note the LaVey resemblance."
Wow. And then somebody has Ming on there too. Did you see?
Derek Neal then shows Ming.
Because Derek Neal knows what the better.
And then Budzinski just calls me my evil overlord.
I think just because it's because you have your normal shaved head and all that, but you have a totally black t-shirt from what I could see, and red, and your shirt is a fire. It's just the demonic Jones.
And then Manda Justice says, "You look fabulous." There you go.
Oh.
Who?
Manda Justice.
Who is that?
She's
Sarah
a bot.
Livingston says, "Looking good."
She's a bot. She's gonna offer, show them her boobies. But
Lardy Bardfast said,
$50.
I look dreamy."
Nice. Only old creepy guys have ever called me dreamy. It always weirded me out a little bit.
What are you saying about
just
Yeah,
that's
Neil,
who I appeal to, old creepy guys.
Oh my God, this guy.
I was just thinking, come Sunday, I think I'll be up for eating better.
True.
I don't want to go too early to Boston.
I'm sending you the
too picky what I'm eating. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, come on, man. Boston's there every week.
Yep.
Well, I know
Is that
I'm
nasty ass monster?
Oh, yeah, whatever. I mean, do you want to see that tomorrow? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah. I really would like to see the substance.
Like to see the what?
The substance.
I would also like to see the substance.
Yeah.
And that's right there, though, right?
What?
Was that the one that plays there? No, the shitty Coppola one.
Megalopolis. It's probably not
very
good.
But what was the other movie you guys were planning on?
Terrifier 3, which I
that's right.
It's kind of you have to.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Isn't the obligatory Terrifier 3? Obligatory? Yeah. Neil putting up the LaVey.
Yeah.
We just gotta get your eyebrows threaded. And your
Did he
mustache.
have like thin, cruel eyebrows?
He could. He's got eyebrows to work with. Dude,
Yeah.
your ears aren't quite as insane.
Yeah.
No. They don't
Your
stick
head's
out
not
like
as
that.
lumpy either as that guy. That one lumpy head.
Lumpy.
The guy should have
But I
never
think-
like shaved the head. It's a
God help me, should I ever have to shave my head? Because the back of my head is literally dented.
oh.
It is. It's
I have
like
a weird
right-
alien head. I can feel it under my hair. 'Cause-
Is it a
Andrew
common
told
one?
me yesterday that because I was wearing my headphones. I wear the wireless earbuds in the summer, and then when I start wearing these when it's starting to get cold, then I wear headphones, wireless
Mhm.
headphones. And he was like, "You shouldn't wear those." And I was like, "Oh, they bad for you?" He said, "No, they dent your head."
What?
They will,
Oh,
he
they
says if
will.
they will dent your head.
Oh.
Yeah, you know how like I don't know how long
I have
Troy's
this
wearing
for cushion.
glasses, but a lot of people who've worn glasses for years, they get that perma.
I'll have the dent here on
Yeah.
the nose. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
well, I have,
sometimes they
I have
get
a
a little-
cushion on my head. Too.
Mhm.
Yeah, if I ever shaved my head, I'd look like Sam Cassell with like the pointy alien head. Wouldn't
Oh, I'm the opposite alien head. I've got a caved in alien.
Oh, okay. Mine like goes out to a point. I don't know why.
Huh.
Andrew is practicing some stuff that he's doing in the movie. That was interesting. So Monday we're gonna do a photo shoot. Me, Brian, Troy. Joe's
Full
gonna do
frontal.
his remotely, and we're also gonna record some videos about out of character. You know, looking forward to doing it. What are people's thoughts about the movie?
About
So
what?
that'll be fun. About doing Arbor Day.
Oh, yeah, very nice. I think you should also use it. Troy just brought up a good point. You should try to think about having the Guys and Fries calendar for like a crowdfunding perk.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, maybe
right.
you can get the different cast members to submit their potato.
I sometimes get hash browns because at Dunkin' Donuts. They're really good. And so
Maybe
I
you
have
can
to
get
buy
that.
something to get a free coffee.
Yeah.
And so I buy hash browns because they don't have sugar in them and they're $1.50 and cheap.
Yeah.
Or I can just go in and
They don't have sugar in them at all?
I mean they don't have added sugar. They're hash
Really?
browns. Yeah.
I know, but it's a chain and they want you to be addicted to their food.
Yeah, they're good though. They're pretty good. Or I just if I just say, "Hey, I want something," they'll just say, "Here's all your free goodies."
Nice.
No.
So say
But,
I would like to have 5 pounds of hash browns, please.
Well, the one person actually made me like a ton. I can't eat all these hash browns. I think they just made me all the hash browns. They
No,
left.
you're gonna keep them for the photo shoot.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna
Well,
stash
yeah.
them
So
away.
I could go hash browns. I'm partial to sweet potatoes.
You got a little
Oh, we'll
sweet
figure it out.
potato. I think I'm going curly fry.
I
That's
think
my
someone
vibe.
should be covered in tater tots.
I don't know. Well, Brian might find that racist, being an Irish lad.
Oh, what?
I don't know. Although he was the one that told me because seeing someone at the bar with
I
with
thought
2
racist
drinks,
tater tots. I was like, what the hell? But
he
go
said
on.
that was the Irish handcuffs. I was like, I like that. That's
The Irish handcuffs.
if
Oh,
you're
wow.
two
Double
fisted, if you
fisting
have
food?
if you had a drink at each hand.
Drinks.
I never
We
heard that.
sure
one.
do have a great sense of humor about
being
all
an
of the
alcoholic.
Yeah, as
the
long as you can
bigotry
laugh
towards
about
us.
it. Your liver falls off, and
Oh my
laugh
god.
about it.
So his wife wanted him to shave the curly mustache off for the new year. I was like, you got to keep So I told him, all right, but you got to grow it back.
How long
Maybe
will it
she'll
take to
miss
grow
it
back?
after a month or so.
Yeah,
It's for a role. How can she deny him?
I guess
Come
we
on,
can make him
man.
the fake stash because we're gonna have the fake stash on the head, so we might as well
Yeah, but
have it
he's-
on Brian as well.
Oh man. He's got to have it.
Mrs. Ray, you don't want to mess with her.
Yeah, I don't know how long it takes to grow. Maybe he grows a stash
She's
quick.
straight from Brazil, so
Oh,
her
well,
dad
okay.
teaches
I'll
Brazilian
Brazil.
jiu-jitsu. You don't want to piss him off.
But that'll be fun. We'll do that on Monday.
Fries and fries?
What?
Oh.
Possibly.
Oh, no.
You never know.
I don't know, guys. It's probably too cold, you guys. Well, I don't know.
And then you all can sign your own. That's maybe it won't be a calendar, but it could be guys and fries. Like,
oh yeah, just
what do they call it? Like a
snapshots.
little book.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Collect them all.
Yes. Yes.
Someone in a bathtub full of mashed potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
I dig it. I just want a basket of curly fries with like a wind machine blowing my hair and a poet shirt. That's what I want.
All right. I used to have that poet shirt. You remember the big
poet shirt?
Yeah.
How old
He
were
wore
you?
it with his kilt, and it was pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. Who was the person that said Neal should wear a kilt?
Yeah, but you didn't say I should wear a poet shirt.
Right. What?
You didn't say I should
it's a
wear a
great-
poet shirt, though.
No, I didn't.
photo
That was
of
your
Neal.
own thing. I did not.
Was it like your
that's weird.
40th birthday when we went to the Brazilian grill and you were wearing the kilt and the poet shirt?
I don't know. It might have been. I remember doing it.
Yeah.
But
vaguely.
He looked
40
like Macbeth.
40
Well, that was
is
his
when I got-
drinking days, so
Yeah.
he probably doesn't remember it. With the
40
cash
is when I
stuff
get really
flowing.
sick, though. so.
Yep.
Dude, it's so crazy seeing old pictures of you.
I know. Doesn't even now it seems like a distant memory, like
Yeah.
that was somebody else. That was my
Yeah.
other brother, you know?
It's not like when I was around you and you were big, I didn't think, oh, here's my big friend. You're just Neal.
Yep.
But it's surreal. It's still
It
not
is.
like hate or criticism towards you. It's so
I
different.
understand.
Yeah.
I know.
Weird. I'm glad you're healthier.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's a big. I wonder what's. I
scary.
don't know. I don't know where that shirt is, though.
Maybe you sold it.
No, I would. I know I didn't sell it.
You could not wear that now. Your
The
whole body.
poet- Oh no, it'd be.
That's true. It would wrap around you like twice now.
Yeah. That would be a onesie.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
I don't know about the kilt. I guess you could adjust the kilt.
I'd probably have to get a new one.
Yeah.
Well, you could take it in if you've got that sewing machine.
It's like a 54 size or something.
Wow. You can make two.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe so.
Can you play a YouTube video?
Yeah,
Can you
as
play
long
it
as it's
Life
not
and
gonna
Death
get.
of a Pumpkin?
Does it have like copyrighted music? The
Did you
music's
have a
like the worst
I don't
part.
think so. Hmm?
Do you have the sporan on that thing?
The what?
On the kilt?
Oh, the Spartan thing.
The little sporan or whatever. However you pronounce it.
Yeah, it all divided the
Scottish
pouch. I had all kinds of stuff for it. All that stuff would still be good.
Hmm.
You know, I just have to
Have
get
the
a new
little
kit.
dirk in there and stuff.
Hey, don't get personal.
Stab a bitch. That was, 7 inches ago. So you don't have a little dirk anymore.
All right. Let me get this thing. New.
Bow, bow, bow. Wow, 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 wow.
I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's not
Bubba.
hilarious. It's great.
I was on the road, so I couldn't chat earlier. I'm glad to hear Sarah Karloff is coming back. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So what is this? We're gonna try to watch here.
Great. The Life and Death of a Pumpkin.
All right, hold on a sec. Kind of ad. All right, here we go. So okay, what is this? This is like 5 minutes.
It's cool. It's like
Yeah,
a
no,
short.
I'm just saying I don't know if we can play it. It's like this person's whole 5-minute video. The Life and Death of a Pumpkin.
You should give
I
it a-
think if this is a short, yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to play that. That's
Oh,
gonna
it's
get us
so
like that's gonna get us
good.
like stricken or something.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we won't be able to play
That's
that.
sad.
Without someone's permission, I can't play their whole short film on here.
We'll talk to Yonda and see
Yeah.
if we.
Yeah, it's been like
Yonda is the
20
palace of my
years.
father.
Yeah, it don't
Man.
matter. I don't want to post someone's whole short on
Aw.
here. That's how you get. Even if they don't see it, they might instantly pick that up YouTube and strike it. So. But that is on YouTube. The Life and Death of a Pumpkin from Blame Society.
It's so.
All right, I'll watch that afterwards.
I love
Yeah,
it.
we'll post it in the group, Facebook group.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
All right, folks. Well, I've got to let the dogs out. They're getting grumbly.
All right.
Yeah.
I gotta get something to eat so I can take my antibiotic.
Ooh. I have to not do anything in particular.
We're gonna watch the fine folks of the Vale, Rebekah Kennedy, who's on the show not too long ago from Two Witches. It's their newest movie. So we got her. We've got both the stars of the movie, and we've got the writer, director, and the producer. So we're gonna watch that now.
Cool.
All right.
All right. Sounds good. Can't wait to see it. Bye,
It's
y'all.
really cool. Vale, it's kind of sci-fi mystery, possible ghost story. Has a Twilight Zone vibe to it. To me, I really like.
Oh, cool.
The Vale. And it's a hour short. It's like an hour. It's not a short. It's a feature film, but it's just a little bit over an hour long. I really liked it. It actually premiered at the Lovecraft Film Festival.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe I've seen it.
Maybe. Yeah. I think it was not the one you go to. It's called the Lovecraft Film Festival. Maybe they played other ones too. I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Here we go. Welcome to the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by the fine fellows and fine people here of the Vale. We have Sean O'Brien, Douglas,
Yay!
Rebekah Kennedy, Hannah,
Hi.
writer director Cameron Beyl.
Hey, how are you?
Hello, and producer Kyle F. Andrews.
Morning, Neil.
Good morning. So, Cameron, what's the inspiration for the Vale?
Sure. It's actually the result of the combination of several points of inspiration, like so many stories often are. It was the synthesis of two totally separate ideas that only came together once I had this like lightning strike moment of, oh, what if I set the story in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where I was visiting at the time. I have family back in the area, and so I'm back there a lot. And there there was a there's a strong Amish community there, and I thought that was a great way into this story that I'd been developing about a young woman who runs away from a domestic crisis and ends up in the cabin of a man living alone in the woods. And that was kind of the thing that made it suddenly work. And when I had the idea of combining with a separate idea about a massive solar storm that takes out all the power in Los Angeles of all places, that's when it really started to click together into a coherent story, and it actually wrote itself pretty quickly.
Kyle, how early on were you involved? And do you and Cameron do you guys know each other? Do you work with each other usually?
Yeah, Cam got me involved as soon as he came back from Lancaster with this new idea that he had. He had been visiting with his wife's family out there, and he came back. I had been cat sitting for him, and Jamie and I were hanging out, and Cam comes back and says, I have this great idea. I wanted to get your thoughts on it. That was right at the beginning of the process. Cam and I have been making films together since we went to film school at Emerson together. He was my director. I was his actor.
Yeah.
Over
I'm
the
in
years.
Massachusetts, so that's not far.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you really? I'm
Yeah.
a Massachusetts native as well. So we just decided after we graduated, we just stayed in touch. We started making more stuff afterwards. We made a short film about 10 years ago, and our relationship as friends has really blossomed through the creative work we've been doing together. I read basically everything he writes. He does the same for me, and through that, we've kind of developed this shorthand where it just makes it a lot easier to work with someone than try to do this stuff ourselves.
So when he told you the idea for the veil, were you like on board right away? You like this? I like the script. I like the idea.
Oh, I was hooked. I mean, Southern Gothic ghost story style in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, with an Amish woman looking for help in the middle of a solar storm. He had that stuff already nailed down. That was already, the brilliance of Cam was already evident on the page. What I did for him was just help him pull out some of the threads of the story. Initially, Hannah's name wasn't there. She didn't have a name. She was the bride. When we gave her a name that sort of brought more three-dimensional character to her, and then from that it was clear that this three-dimensional character needed a three-dimensional actor, and I'm so happy we found Rebekah for it. And it was a lot same with Sean. Douglas, the Douglas character, was a priest that once he became Douglas, we really found who this person was, and that came through the work together.
Rebekah, and I've seen you post about this movie for a while, so I knew you were really excited about the character, about the movie. What interested you right away? Like, what interested you in the character?
Oh, the script. I mean, I read it in one sitting. Kyle reached out to me and asked if I would be interested in reading it. And like I said, I read it in one sitting and I was immediately hooked. I wanted to know what was going to happen. I wanted to know where these characters were going. I wanted the ending. I cried at the end. I was immediately hooked into the story. And of course, the character of Hannah is so richly beautiful. There's not a ton of backstory on her, right? You kind of meet her when she's in the middle of this crisis, but there was so much subtlety and layers and all these things I felt like I could do with her that I knew, or I hoped that as an actor it would be a really interesting challenge to be able to bring her to life and to see what kind of things I could find and what things I could add. And Cameron's script was so beautifully written that it was just kind of all there, and it was so rich for me as an actor, and a wonderful opportunity to play such an awesome character.
When we're watching it, we don't see the backstory for your character, but do you come up with one, or is there one like written for previously?
Yeah. Cameron and I discussed, her family, her siblings, where she came from, her life, so that I knew, and then there's things I could think about as I was performing, whether or not the audience knew what was going on. I did. So it's like whether you pick it up or not. But I love that she was, this kind of mysterious figure that you don't quite know exactly what's going on, and you learn more as the movie goes. And there's still a lot of questions in the end and what she's going to do and where she's going to go. But I love that part too, because then you get to imagine yourself what kind of life she ends up having.
Yeah. Sean, what interested you?
The script. It was incredible. Kyle and I have a mutual friend, Donna Wheeler, who's a director, and that's how I got involved in the project from the beginning. She recommended me, which was sweet, and Kyle sent me a script, and I read it like Rebekah in one sitting. I blasted through it. There's a lot I didn't get, so I read it again really fast. And it was just incredible. It was like nothing I had ever read before, and I could see the movie as I was reading it. I could just see the movie play out, and I was like, I have to be. I mean, I have no control as to whether or not they're going to cast me, but I was hoping they would. But it was one of those scripts where even if they didn't cast me, I was like, I can't wait to see this movie. And I was lucky enough to get it, and I related to the character. I grew up Catholic, very private school Catholic. I knew a lot of priests through my childhood and adulthood, just from I went to high school in a Catholic private school, and I knew that part of it really well, and I just related to the character on a lot of levels, and I just loved it. And I just felt like, I felt like I knew how to play this part.
Well, I really thought you played him like a person. Sometimes when you watch a movie about a priest, they're either like a demon or a pervert or something horrible, or they're like really over the top, like very prim and proper. But I thought you played him like an actual person.
Well, I've played, it's funny you say that. That is a really good point. I've played a number of priests, probably 6 or 7, and different ones, varying from evil to wonderful to perverted to everything. They come in all shapes and sizes. And the one challenge, I don't know why, the one challenge is every time I start working on it, like learning the lines is where I start. I have this, I'm sure it's true with every actor who plays a priest. The trap is to start being very polite and talking very reverently. It's a trap, and I really wanted to make sure, and I've fallen into that trap. Sometimes it works because priests can be very reverent and polite in their mannerisms and formal, but I really did make an effort, a conscious effort to not do that. And I hope it worked.
Yeah, no, definitely did. And since it's primarily the two characters for Cameron and Kyle, not only are they great actors separately, but you have to make sure like there's chemistry. So did you like do any tests together to see how they played off each other?
No, I don't think we had the two of them in a room until our prep day when we sat down to do a table read. I knew that just my impression from both of them that there was always going to be a great chemistry at play. I think it also helped that there was this fact that they had never met before, that they were strangers to each other, that I think would actually really work to the film's benefit, because so much of that is built around the way that they are trying to read each other in real time, and how little things can be misinterpreted, and then how that can explode later on under more extreme scenarios.
Yeah, and just wanted to add on to that. A chemistry developed between them on set that was lovely to watch, and that comes when you have two actors who trust the process and trust themselves inside the process and really want to work with the other person. And Rebekah and Sean, before we even went to ground with this, we both knew that we had that type of actor in both of them. So that's really what made the chemistry a dream.
I mentioned I'm from Massachusetts. My family, my mom and my grandparents, originally from Lancaster, which was kind of odd.
Oh, wow.
So, and they lived next to the Mennonites and actually bartered with them. Like the Mennonites would give them produce, and they had a butcher shop. So, Rebekah, what did you do to like prepare to play an Amish person?
That's a great question. So Kyle and Cameron actually connected me with a woman that used to be in the Amish community, and I met with her over Zoom, and we talked for an hour and a half. And I could ask her any question that I wanted. She told me tons of information. I took several pages of notes. She was very open and honest about how they live, how they work, kind of their set of rules. And my goal was to be as respectful and do them as justice as I could, in the sense that, there are some documentaries out there. Obviously there's, some research, but there's only so much you can find. So getting to talk to someone, face to face, so to speak, was just gold for me. There was just so many little nuggets of information that I could take. One major thing she told me is how much strength they actually have, and oftentimes they aren't portrayed that way. They're kind of portrayed as demure and meek and very kind of weak. And when she told me that kind of really impacted me and really kind of stuck with me. And especially as her, Hannah's journey in the film, finding as much strength as I could in the situation, in Cameron's beautiful script that he already had. That was really important to me, because I wanted, to hopefully be respectful, and also to show them, people that they are really strong. She told me this story about a woman that she knew that some horses had gotten out of the pen that they're in, and they were running, and they were kind of, going crazy. And this Amish woman that, lived in the house, came out of the house and stood in front of them and just said, "Stop." And they all stopped. And I was just like, that image of her, that woman doing that kind of just stuck with me in the film. And it was such a beautiful imagery of that kind of encapsulates who they are. So that's some of the things that I did. And being in filming in Pennsylvania, filming in kind of the middle of nowhere really helped kind of feel isolated and kind of lonely. And there wasn't a lot around. We'd film, we go back to the hotel, we eat, go to sleep, to kind of do the same thing again. So there wasn't a lot of hanging out or seeing people. So that kind of actually helped fuel my character and helped feel kind of how she would have felt lonely and lost and confused. So those were things that really, really helped.
Yeah. So those were all locations then in Pennsylvania, like the house and the bridge and everything. Did you have those in mind, like when you're writing the story?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was any number of covered bridges I could go to visit when I was there. And when I was writing the story, I did actually go out and visit a couple just to kind of get it into my head. I didn't really, when you're driving through the countryside, you pass no shortage of farmhouses from the colonial area. So that just gives you a lot of inspiration as you're writing. And then during pre-production, I was back there around Thanksgiving, and I just kind of went out to a location that we were looking at, and I was able to just spend several hours at a time inside of this house all by myself. It's just old 1700s era house. We didn't end up using it for the film because it fell through at the last minute, but it was absolutely the right aesthetic and the right feeling for what I was going for, and it really shaped the flow of the action in the storyline. Towards the shooting draft of the script is actually based off of the geography of that location. So it's a very happy accident that that it worked so well when we had to transpose it to the actual shooting location that we had. But just an endless source of inspiration, and it was so cool just being able to live and breathe the atmosphere of it, and let that soak into the writing.
I love the lighting in the movie, not just like all the cool green lighting, but like in the house, like you can see like the light shining like in another room that helps like light the scene. And I just thought that looked great in the movie.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not really a question. It was just a comment.
Yeah.
We like lighting. Yeah, we like lighting as well, and we're trying to make Hollywood remember that lighting exists.
Yeah, no, it was great. So I saw that you guys had a festival run. Did all of you get to attend any of the festivals?
Yeah, we all did to some to various. We played 4 festivals, and we all hit at least one. Our world premiere was the H.P. Lovecraft Festival in Portland.
Yeah, it was interesting that I thought it played the Lovecraft Festival. What's the connection there?
That was our biggest audience as well. We had 400 people in the audience for that one, and that was a great way to open up.
Mm-hmm.
Cam's actually from the Portland. Cam's from the Portland area, in fact.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that was like a very ideal little homecoming for me. And I played in that theater too with another film like 12 years before, and so it was just really nice being back and having such a receptive audience was so valuable, so informative. And then we went to Austin, which was also great, and Rebekah joined us for that. And we had a great time there and really mixing with the other filmmakers. And then we closed with the Hollywood Real Independent Film Festival, and both Rebekah and Sean were able to join us for that as well.
Sean, do you get to see many of your films, at festivals?
That's a good question. Yeah, I have. I mean, I haven't done. I haven't really thought of that. Let me think. No, not really. Not out of town. I've never actually been to a film festival outside of Los Angeles. That's why I was so happy that it was playing at the Hollywood Real Festival.
Yeah.
because it's in LA. So my family, my daughters were able to go. Friends, my sister-in-law, a really good friend of mine, an acting teacher, went. But that's funny. I've never been to a film festival outside of Los Angeles.
Oh, so that was what's that experience like?
It's
for you
something
going
I'd like
in
to
knowing
do.
that you're going to see, yourself on
It's
the big
pretty
screen?
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I I tend to like to be able to see the movie first before I see it with people. It's nerve-wracking. I don't know how Rebekah feels about it, but I knew I was good in the movie because people told me, so I believe them. But seeing it, I just look at everything that's wrong, and it's not realistic at all. It's just me.
And there wasn't much there that was wrong this time.
Oh, well, thank you. But you know how it goes. I don't know how Rebekah feels about this, but if I see myself doing anything, even if it's quote unquote good, I'm just embarrassed by it.
Well, it's
I haven't
interesting.
gotten over that. I just tend to, I tend to I do things and then I have people watch them, and I'd rather just hear them say you were great than actually go and look at it. Because but I'm getting better. But it's been 30 years since I started working, and I'm still a little. I get pretty nervous watching myself.
I like to see that, actually. Yeah.
But after I've seen the movie twice, I saw it at a screening. So that was terrific, being able to see it at a small screening. Probably about, I don't know when that was. When was that? Over at Fox.
Yeah, we were at Fox
was March.
last April. Yeah,
Yeah,
last April.
I'd seen the movie, so I knew. Okay, great. So I was able to relax. But if I'm seeing it for the first time with 200 people, it's pretty overwhelming.
How do you feel about that, Rebekah? Would you rather watch a movie by yourself first, or the first time with an audience?
Oh, similar to Sean, it's scary. Even if you think the movie is going to be good, and I thought this movie was going to be good, but you just don't know if your performance is going to translate. And so it is a little nerve-wracking seeing it the first time. Honestly, I don't really love watching it alone either. I don't know.
So you just don't want to see it at all.
It's a weird, because I've had projects where they're like, oh, do you want to see a cut of the film? It's not quite done. And I'm like, no, I don't really, because then I feel like I'm going to start getting in my head about things and is this going to work? And, editing, an actor's performance is in the edit. There's so much we can do on set, but if it's not edited properly or correct, then our performance can kind of fall apart. So thankfully Cameron, edited a beautiful film and our performance stands, but you kind of never know how it's going to come across. So it is a little nerve-wracking because I try not to judge myself. It's too late. Whatever I did is what I did. So there's no fixing it now. But after I see it and I know that it's good, then I feel so much better after that. So Fox was a little scary because we hadn't seen it. And my rep was there, all of my team was there. So I'm like, I hope I did an okay job. But then, when we got to see it in Austin and then we got to see it in LA, those screenings were really, really exciting because I already knew that the film was fantastic. And I was really excited for people to actually get to experience and getting to experience with everyone with an audience is just incredible. It's nothing like watching it at home. It's just not the same. You get to see people jump or laugh or how they respond to things is really, really magical.
Yeah. So I don't make about myself, but my first movie just finished its festival run, and we didn't let any of the cast see it until the premiere. So I didn't know if I made the wrong decision or not, but it was. But I guess I have to ask.
Most actors probably don't want to see.
Yeah, no.
A lot of actors don't even want to see their work at all. So. But congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, congrats.
So The Veil is out on video on demand now. It actually came out on my mom's birthday. There's a lot of connections here. Lancaster, Massachusetts, my mom's birthday. So people can check that out. And where could they follow The Veil online to see, where they can check it out and any information on it?
They can follow us on Instagram at Film Frontier. They can also, at Film Frontier Studios. They can also go to our website, filmfrontierstudios.com. We are also on Twitter if people are still using that thing. And then you can also find us on Facebook, also at Film Frontier.
Excellent. Well, I really liked the veil. I kind of felt I was actually going to wear this Twilight Zone hat because I thought it kind of felt like a Twilight Zone episode to me, that's a huge compliment. I thought it was great.
Well,
But
thank you.
real quick though, along those lines, was it ever hard to pitch a movie because it doesn't really fit into one like genre because it's kind of a science fiction movie? You know, maybe it's horror, mystery. Like, does that make it hard, or is that good? I think festivals are more open to having, you know, movies that don't fit into one genre. But beyond that, I don't know, is that a problem ever?
I would say from a audience standpoint, it actually helped us stand above. I think we got into Austin Film Festival in part because there aren't many films like ours. Everything that Cam did with this, from the runtime to how the characters were portrayed, all of that was intentional. And so with the cosmic horror meets ghost story meets Southern Gothic meets Lars von Trier, you know, all of that sort of came out of Cam wanting to try to do something different. And I personally, you know, as his very biased friend and producer, I think he succeeded admirably here.
Yeah, that was another thing I had in my notes was the runtime, which I always think a movie should just be as long as it needs to be, like whatever the story. And I know it's hard to put out like a 45-minute movie or something, but I thought the runtime was perfect. You got into it. There was a great twist. I don't want to give anything away. And then, it was just perfect.
Well, thank you.
And, you don't, instead of padding it out, did anyone try to you got to add 20 minutes or something to make it an hour and a half or?
Yeah, we
did.
Sorry,
I would have been happy with an extra 5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, 5 I could see, but yeah.
I mean, and more to that point too. Yeah, like the 60-minute or 70-minute runtime was always very deliberate from the beginning, and that part of that was a gamble, an artistic gamble I wanted to make, because knowing the practical realities of the indie world, that the film would be most seen on streaming platforms. And I was willing to test out a theory that people might be more inclined to watch something that they had no idea about in the indie world if it only was maybe an hour. If the time investment was that of like a new pilot, then maybe that would be the thing that tips you over the edge to watch it. And so we will see how that bears out in the coming weeks.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I want people to check out The Veil. Yeah. And not just because you're here. I actually really like it.